Good morning, SWTOR. Welcome back to another Extra Life Livestream, raising money for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals, playing Star Wars The Old Republic on this SWTOR Saturday. Glad to have you with us. As always, we will pop up the donation link. We will turn on the camera, and we are good to go. So welcome to probably the second to last Extra Life Livestream of the year. Glad to have you with us. I haven't checked in on the bots in a while. Let's check on them. They should still be working. Oh, let's type in the right commands. There we go. Happy Cookie Day. Well, welcome. Glad to have you with us. Let's see. Today we've got Rudolph TIE Fighter going on. So, okay. So today the plan is probably to do Life Day. And then we are going to mess around potentially with dynamic encounters. Before we do that, let's go ahead and give a shout out to, let's grab this one. Oh, it just scrolled off. We'll go to this one then. Thank you, Josh, for the latest donation. That put us over 6,500. So we are now sitting at 6,504. I don't think I'm going to update the goal again, although we can still take donations. Our original goal for this year was 3,500. We're at 6,500. I've raised it twice, and we've met it twice. But I think we're just going to leave it for now. So thank you to everybody. Next week, I'm going to do a kind of a thank you tribute video to all those who have donated. So we do appreciate that. Let's go ahead and get that back up. So I've been debating on whether I wanted to do this as a stream. But you know what? It is Life Day, so we're going to jump all in. We're going to chase after this achievement. Now, we're not going to get this achievement today. We're at 100 out of 1,500 hugged Wookiees, but we're going to do a bit of a systems test here to just see how practical it would be to grind this out across multiple characters. I did a little bit of testing on Mechshaw. We discovered that in our last playthrough when we were doing the decorations bundles. And I think we can grind out a couple hundred of these within a reasonable amount of time. But before we do that, let's go ahead and we are going to slip down to Nar Shaddaa, and we'll see if people are throwing snowballs. And if they are, we will fling some snowballs at some overheated droids as our first Life Day encounter. I'm trying to remember if I purchased the new robes? Well, look, I can't remember if they're in collections or not. And I don't know if I got the new mount. I think there's a new mount. So we'll explore some of that as well. It's loading a little slow. That's somewhat of a good sign sometimes. It can mean there are people down here. I see one person throwing snowballs, but just at a normal droid. So that's not all that helpful, to be honest. I mean, you get it for the first throw. Alright, so there's the overheated droid. You have to find those. So somebody's throwing snowballs at that one. But again, if you're doing it by yourself, you have to basically just throw it at one and then move on to another NPC. And that is really not all that practical. So I don't see a lot of people. There are 15 people on the planet, but they might be doing other stuff. It is a very Star Wars time of year. Welcome, Kyler. Glad to have you with us. Okay, so we're not going to worry about the snowballs quite yet. We'll come back. It is still, I guess, a little early for gamers to be up. Who knows? Let's go ahead and go back to our stronghold. Actually, yeah, let's go to our stronghold because I want that to be our base of operations. Okay, so here's going to be the challenge. We're going to see how many Wookiees we can hug across my... Essentially, I cycle through 24 characters. And in those 24 characters, I run all my missions and stuff like that. So we're going to basically do a character cycle, but this time, instead of just running missions on them, we're going to send them to Mech Sha, travel to the location, hit up I believe there's 12 Wookiees that we can get to, all basically lined up, and then we're going to rinse and repeat that 24 times and see how long it takes us. To do that, we are going to fire up a timer just to see how long it takes. We'll get a sample size here. I'm thinking, let's see, I think 2 hours. We can get through the cycle in 2 hours, which will give us 144 Wookiees. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. Yeah. Let's see, 12 times 24. Yeah, 240 Wookiees. And then times 5. That doesn't seem like the right math. We will see per Wookiee, but I'm thinking about 5 minutes a character. I think that's what we're going to get. Yep, we are going to. So I don't think it's on yet. There is a double XP event coming. Let me see if that is listed. I've been debating double XP. Those are earlier. 7 months ago. There we go. Let's go to the events calendar here. See if it lists it. Galactic Stevens Life Day, 13th anniversary. Oh, this is the events calendar in, it appears to be French. Okay, no, that part's in English. Okay. Life Day, 13th anniversary, double XP event. Here we go. December 22nd to January 2nd, it looks like. So potentially we could do a 0 to max level run if we wanted to try that again. I haven't done that in a while. I'm not sure. Not sure if I want to do that. Okay, so that is our general plan for today. And then with time left, we will do dynamic encounters. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to hit the timer, and then we are going to grind through this. We will pause the timer if something comes up and we want to divert from this. Okay. So let's see. Start. Here we go. So Mech Sha is the planet we're going to use. Now, we could go to other planets. Like I said, I think Coruscant, Dromakas, Nar Shaddaa at least have these droids. But Mech Sha is the one I have found where they are not spread out all over the place. That was always my concern of trying to do this. Is like on Nar Shaddaa, there are also 12. But in those 12, they're spread out all across the promenade. So it'd probably take, I don't know, double the time to get to them all. And I just wasn't willing to do it. So here we go. We're going to give this a shot, at least to see how it goes. So basically we have to travel to the planet. We're going to have to go to this location. Now, in this location, some of my characters will not have been to Mech Sha before, which means we'll have to manually travel. All right, so here we go. We got to start grabbing Wookiees, and hopefully we'll get more efficient at this as we figure out where we need to stand for each Wookiee, because they can be a little bit finicky. Like there, you can see I'm too close. There we go. Found the sweet spot. One Wookiee down. Okay, so this one is slightly to the left. That one was slightly to the right. 2 Wookiees down. So then while we're doing this, we will talk game dev, we will talk Star Wars, we'll talk pretty much anything that happens to come up. So if you have any questions about the game, about gaming, even about other games, we're going to have to come up with something to talk about, because I'm only going to be able to tell you about I hugged a Wookiee so many times. Alright, this one's to the left a little bit. I don't think you can hug that one. We'll do a test on this one. Nope. Okay, let's see. See, like this. This is nice. You can see them doing the same thing I'm doing. This isn't just me, right? Like, it is a... I don't know if they did this on purpose, just to make it, I guess, a little challenging. It feels like it might be an animation issue where you have to stand at a certain spot to get the animation to work correctly. Thoughts on... Let's see... Nintendo versus Palworld lawsuit. Okay, this is slowing us down, though. We're waiting in line to hug a Wookiee. That's not good. But it can happen. That'll be part of the averaging, right? Alright, so there's our 10. Oh, we'll let him have that one, since he already did this one. I was going to try to just do the opposite one that he was doing. Alright, this should be it. This should be all the Wookiees. Okay, so, lawsuit. I will admit it sounds familiar, but I'm not remembering what it's about, so right now I don't have an opinion. Okay, we're also going to be complete, so that got us 3:30. I was expecting 5 minutes. Average, so maybe we'll get through this a little quicker, but we are also going to put our characters back. I'm not going to set up my missions. Normally what I would do is, in a cycle, I would open this up. We'll do this on the first character, but I'll probably skip this because this will add to our time, and I would come in here and I would set up all the missions. But all right, let's go ahead and move on to the next. Now, our missions are going to trigger from a standpoint of completion. So keep that in mind. So every time we start a character, at least for most of our characters, we're going to get accosted by all of my companions returning from their missions. So we'll have to deal with that a little bit. This one won't. I've already been on this character this morning. All right, so same thing. Oops, this one, is he already on Mick Shaw? Nope. All right, so we're 5 minutes in, starting the second character. I'll see if we can get that 4 minute mark. If we can get 4 minutes, that's cutting almost a half. That's 20 minutes for cutting off the estimate. So. All right, has he been there? No, so he hasn't been here. So this is going to slow us down on some characters. So if I did this again, this will make it a faster run. So this will be the worst case scenario, because this will take a little bit more time than just quick traveling, because he hasn't unlocked the travel spot. So we have to kind of wait for this speed or travel, evidently on a black screen, there we go, to take place. Little weird animation blending there. Always love running with my arms just to my side. All right, round 2, here we go. Okay, so this one we determined just to the right. We're going to dismiss Bessie. This one we determined just to the left, if I remember right. close. Too close. That one's a good hug. It's a good solid hug on that one. I do agree with Debbie though. Their little happy noises that they make when they get a hug is pretty good. Let's see if it's random or always the same. Too close, too far away. Too close. There we go. I think we did this one already. Oh, must have done that one. That one's the little one. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I like the little one. So is that supposed to be a little Wookiee? Or is that a kid Wookiee? And if it's a kid Wookiee, shouldn't that Wookiee be worried that I'm giving him a hug? Like literally just strangers coming up and repeatedly hugging your child. I like that one. Yeah, there's another little Wookiee. So this is one of those where you have to question, is it by design? Or is it a bug? Like, is he just scaled wrong? Oh, okay, that part sounds familiar. Okay, I know what you're talking about now. I'm against it. As a general, just a general thing, I think trying to patent a mechanic is detrimental to the industry. I get why you'd want to do it. I'm not saying that there's not a business reason to do it. But, so I've used this example before. One of the first lawsuits that Pseudo addressed this, not at the mechanic level, but at the gameplay, we'll call it genre level, was Karate Champ versus whatever the other fighting game was. Okay, that should be our 12. And basically the idea was in the early days, you had the white gi versus red gi fighter. You had a 3-point fighting system, and one came out and another came out, and one sued the other. And I don't remember the details, but that's generally what it is. And the courts determined, at least here in the United States, that you cannot, and I believe this was a copyright case, but you cannot own the rights to karate fighting, right? Like that is beyond protectable. And so it basically established, at least again here in the States, the idea that you can't protect a genre. Imagine if I told you it'd be loud. Imagine if I was the first one to make a real-time strategy or an RPG game or something like that. And in doing so, I was able to say, you know what? I own the rights to real-time strategy. So no one else can make a real-time strategy game. It would kill genres and it would have killed game development. So I agree with that lawsuit. I do believe that game companies should be able to protect their intellectual property. From the standpoint of, also for instance, we're hugging Wookiees here, right? I think that Lucas Licensing should have the right to say you cannot use Wookiees in your game. Can you use another Bigfoot-like creature and not call it a Wookiee? Yeah, that's actually, you can't protect that. So that's more copyright though. Process is a little different. Hey, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you with us. We are talking IP protection and hugging Wookiees. That's our thing for today. We'll start by hugging the small Wookiee, which again I find weird, but so Copyright is different, though, than patent. Patent is oftentimes about process, and it's about, I have figured out a way to do something, and in figuring out that way to do something, the courts and the government have decided that you should have the right to benefit from that. Patent, I believe, when it first came out, was definitely more in lines of the physical space. So if I figure out a way to create a manufacturing process. So for instance, I had a buddy of mine that was a patent on a process to do, I had it, now I can't get back to it. A process and a way to lay carbon fiber internally in a wing structure of an airplane or a glider that is incredibly strong and incredibly lightweight. And so they filed and received a patent for, it's because I got clicked off of it. There we go. For that, and they are protected, although arguably it's been violated and they've only got so many resources to deal with it. Anyway, that's a different story. But they should be able to, as a inventor, benefit from the time, effort, research they put into something like that. And so that's my understanding or my feeling on where patents are very, very useful, right? So getting back to your original question, though, should a game company be able to patent a game mechanic? I haven't looked at the details of the particular lawsuit, so let's talk generalities first, and then we will talk specifics. If you're saying, can they protect the concept, let's pick something so basic it sounds ludicrous, of shooting, right? The shooting mechanic. I have a game, and you're going to have some kind of a weapon, we'll say a gun-style weapon, and you're going to shoot it, it's going to hit another player and cause damage. I don't think so. I don't think something that generic should be able to be protected. So let's add to it. I'm going to take that same mechanic and I'm going to say, well, in my version of it, there is a ballistic trajectory of the ammunition. Okay, well, I've added more to it, but I'm still just describing a generic action, I would call it, in gaming. Now, obviously, this isn't new as well. One of the things about patents is they have to be, I believe the terminology they use is new and non-obvious, right? So, what we're talking about now would already be in the public domain, but we'll get past that here in a second. So new and non-obvious is, I believe, a requirement for patents. Okay, so then what else can I add to this mechanic in order to try to get it? Are you going to hug that Wookiee? I'm letting you have it. Okay. Okay, so I've added the ballistics. That's not probably enough. Well, I could patent on the back end, if I'm doing some kind of a calculation that is very unique and hasn't been seen before in gaming, to process that data and to give the player a particular experience, you could start to make an argument for that, right? Like that is what a patent. Now, that doesn't mean that if somebody figures out a different way to do a similar thing, that they couldn't also do theirs. So now you're starting to get into something there. So, yeah, patent throwing an object to capture. Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Now I do remember that, right? Basically Pokemon, right? That's basically what they're trying to protect. So okay, I'll try to get specific then on that one. So, if they're trying to patent throwing an object to capture, I don't think that's enough. Because then you could make an argument of let's start going into all the ramifications of that. What does throwing an object mean? Does that mean that if I slide a ghost trap in Ghostbusters and capture a ghost. Is that the same mechanic or is that a different mechanic, right? This is where the nuances get all crazy. And this is why they pay lawyers lots of money, is for stuff like this. Okay, hopefully that thing doesn't keep beeping through this whole thing. I apologize if it does. Oh, there's an Ilum. Actually, I've done Ilum on... Yeah, we're just going to let that go. So yeah, does that take care of it? Now, let's get very specific with it. Again, can you hold the patent on a throw? I don't think so. Can you hold a patent on capturing something? I don't think so. Then you start to layer in, okay, well, what about that very, very specific... all right, we're going to have to... Oh, the Imperial side, this will be a little quicker. That's good. So we can't probably hold patent on throwing something. We can't probably hold a patent on capturing something. So now, can we hold a patent on throwing and capturing? I still don't think so. Throwing and capturing a monster. Maybe. You know, we might be getting close enough now where you're starting to get into a protectable thing. Now, this is just patent. Keep in mind, if we're talking Pokemon Go... Okay, where does this one come up? We need to... I think this is the opposite end, because I think we come up on this end for the Republic side. So we're just going to go in the opposite direction this time. Okay. You know, if we're specifically talking Pokemon Go has complete IP protection for Pikachu and Bulbasaur and, you know, name any Pokemon. They have protection of those. That's under copyright, not under a patent. So, you know, it's not that they're not protected to a certain route. And actually, you know what? Just talk about a Pokeball. The design of the Pokeball itself, they hold copyright protection on that, right? So if I made a game where I took and created a ball-like structure that had a color to it and a little button-looking circle and a line through the center equator, and I threw it to catch different monsters, you might run afoul of copyright at that point, even though you're calling it something different. So definitely they still have protection there. But should they be able to hold a patent on the mechanic? My non-legal profession argument says no. I think that's detrimental to the industry. So now I'm going to try to think up of a scenario where I would say yes. Because I always like to try to counter-argue myself. Yeah, absolutely. You know, and that's copyright protection. That's different, you know, than a patent. So, for instance, let's talk at other patents that I think, see how well I remember some patents that failed and some patents that didn't. I believe Microsoft tried to patent the F1 key as help. And it was denied. And that probably would fall into the it's not new and not obvious. It's become a standard. Because that's the other thing. Once something becomes a standard, it can be a lot more difficult to get protections on it. I also believe at one time, I don't know if this is still true, Microsoft did hold, I think it was a patent, on basically what we now call cascading style sheets, CSS and web development. And they might still technically hold that patent. My gut would say, and again, I'm not a lawyer, my gut would say if they ever tried to enforce that patent, they would probably lose it, because it's like, I know on patents, I'm pretty sure on patents, if you don't take the steps to protect it, you can lose that exclusivity. So there's something called a patent troll. There are people that will go out there and look for patents that somebody has, but they haven't really enforced. And they'll offer that person money and say, hey, I'll just give you $2,500 for you to sign your rights to your patent over to me. And then what they'll do is they'll try to take that and apply it to companies who are doing a similar or that thing, and it just hasn't been protected. And then I'm going to call it extortion or blackmail. Basically try to get a percentage of those companies to cave, not take them to court, and just say, okay, we'll give you X royalties based off of your claim. So that does happen. Weaponization of the patent system a little bit there. But beyond that, I think there is a requirement, and this is true of all IP, whether you're talking copyright, trademark, trade secret, or patent. There is no global intellectual property police that exists, and the laws are different from country to country as well. But it is your responsibility as the holder of the IP to protect it. So if you don't, and somebody violates it, there's technically nothing that's going to happen, right? Like, if I go out and I make a let's throw Bulbasaur game around, obviously Nintendo's going to come after me, but if they don't, there's nothing that stops them. And you don't even have to, in my understanding, uniformly uphold your copyright. So for instance, if there was a charity nonprofit feed the hungry of the world that used Nintendo's IP, Nintendo might choose to either just ignore it or potentially grant them an official license so it looks above the board. But it might not be in Nintendo's best interest to sue a nonprofit that's feeding children. It just doesn't look good from a PR standpoint, right? Yet on the flip side, if they have the exact same thing happen to another company who's just trying to make money off of it, they are well within their rights to serve a cease and desist letter and tell them to stop doing it and threaten lawsuits and all that kind of stuff. So IP works that way. There's no like global IP police that take care of everything. It's up to you as the holder. Getting back to your comment though, game mechanics, in my opinion, rank kind of up there with, we'll take another thing that I love, cars, right? Like, there are certain aspects of cars that are just, they just make cars work. The wheels roll, the drivetrain, transmissions, all of that kind of stuff. And part of it's just they've been around for so long, they're probably in the public domain as well. Now, I believe, if I remember right, Volvo at one time had a patent on the 3-point seatbelt system and chose to basically just tell the industry, you can use this. It's a safety thing. We're not going to try to enforce a patent on a safety thing. It's like, no, we would rather have other car manufacturers, people die because they don't have access to this or don't want to pay our royalties. So you can hold patents on certain things. I used to know a lawyer, and if I remember right, he actually represented a guy who invented the coolant overflow bottle for radiators. And he held the patent on it, but all of the manufacturers just decided to use it anyway. Because that's the other, I don't want to call it an issue with IP protection, but one of the things is if you're a giant company, you can tie stuff up in court forever. And just kind of bleed a little guy dry. It happened to a buddy of mine. They had a patent, but some big companies essentially were violating it, and they just couldn't afford to stay in court long enough to win. So it's kind of sad sometimes on that standpoint. But now, anyway, so let's get into the specifics of a patent, though. In my understanding, and again, all of this is, I am not a lawyer. We're just going off things I've read, but my understanding of a patent is, if you file a patent, and the reason some people don't, some people will actually use trade secret and copyright and stuff, is part of the patent filing process is you have to specifically break down how everything works. Because, and again, we're going off of my understanding of patent law here. You can, I'm going to air quote, beat a patent by achieving the same end result, but in a different way. And what that means is, let's go back to this specific one, the catch and the throw and catch system, right? They're going to have to break down everything, every detail of what that entails. So that means that now I can see how they are doing that. Now, I don't know if they would have to put in specifics like the hit or miss percentages. What does a breakout do? But theoretically, they would have to disclose all of that. And so now everybody can see that, which does mean I can now take that and look at it and see what Nintendo did and say, you know what, I can do that in a different way and potentially beat the patent. That's my understanding of it. And I can patent my version of it. Or I can take, and this is what I worry about. Let's say that this does go through. Not only does it potentially limit creativity, there's that side of it, but here's the arms race that could happen if this goes through. The arms race would be, okay, Nintendo legally holds that patent. We're going to go with that scenario. I, as a company, are going to say, you know what? Cool, Nintendo owns that. I'm going to come up with a modification of that is really, really, really cool. I won't be able to use my modification without having, or without some kind of a licensing agreement with Nintendo to use their base system. But once I get that licensing agreement, now I'll pay my royalties to Nintendo. They have earned it. I'm going to do that, and then we're going to add our new modification or updates to the system on top of it. And let's say those get hugely popular and everybody loves them. Well, now, technically, if Nintendo would want to use that version of the throw and catch system, they cannot. They can use their base system, but they do not have access to the modifications or the updates or the improvements that somebody else made to that system, even though they do hold the rights to the middle. Now, lawyers, when they get involved, might do something along the lines of, part of the exclusive rights for you to use our base system is we have the rights to use your modified system. And I'm not saying there's not ways around it, but to me it starts to set up an arms race of all of these mechanics being patented out there to at so many different levels that it would be, I'm going to argue, almost impossible to keep up with and enforce. So that would be my worry on something like that. So now we'll just go with hope. My hope is the courts say, no, patenting a game system. Now, again, we're talking about complexity as well, right? But patenting something like a game mechanic is kind of like trying to patent punching. You can't hold the patent on a punch, in a game or in real life. It's just too generic. And that might be where they can argue against this. Because like I said, I believe part of the patent process is you have to prove it's new and non-obvious. So can you just take all the legal stuff and take even the gaming stuff out? If you asked 100 people, is throwing and catching something with something, so object with object, I'm not even going to get specific here. Have you ever heard of something that crazy? I would make the argument that this is maybe minus the throwing part, but could... Okay, so let's go. I'm going to go extreme here. Let's keep moving, though. I don't want to mess up my timer. Could the Cowboy Rodeo Association of America, that probably doesn't exist, could they basically say, hey, Nintendo, you trying to patent that is actually a violation of steer roping. We have been riding horses, swinging a rope, hooking and capturing steer forever. We own that. You can't come in later and just modify it to a ball instead of a rope and try to prove that it's new. You know, and it's like, so if you go from that argument, just from a, you know, again, not legal, not gaming, not anything, just from a new and non-obvious, is the idea of using one object to catch another object different enough? I don't think so. Yeah, well, and that's the other thing. I know there are some ways, and again, this is getting beyond my legal abilities, but yeah, you do have some protection in IP if you're just the first to do it, even if you haven't filed anything. So that might get looked at as well as like, you can't come in and see something somebody else has done, take it, and then try to patent it out from underneath somebody, essentially. So that might be the breaker of it, of like, hey, you know, I don't know. Again, my hope is the courts see through this as it's detrimental to the whole purpose, I think, of IP protection. Well, the other thing that, you know, anybody who wants to try to fight a patent like this would be to go and find other similar things that have happened in the past. So, you know, I don't know this for a fact, but I can't imagine you couldn't go and find... Oh, we're closer to size on this wiki. Let's see. You couldn't go and find other examples of similar mechanics and say, well, yeah, we're almost the same height as the small Wookiees. So maybe they're not as small as I thought. It's just you expect Wookiees to be big. And say, well, Nintendo, you know, if you're trying to claim you own this, what about these examples where that person should have prior art type of protection? I don't know if any of that's a real thing, but... So anyway, getting out of like who will win, if you're just asking my opinion as a developer is I hope that gets thrown out. I hope it sets precedent. So at least in the U.S. legal system, we are based off what's called precedent. And precedent basically means, hey, the thing you are trying to argue has already happened and been ruled upon. Not that that can't get overturned, sorry. But, you know, if you ever watch any, like, court TV, they're always quoting, in such and such a case, X versus Y, this person versus that person. You know, what they're trying to do is convince the judge is like, hey, judge, this thing that we're litigating here has already been litigated. And here's the examples and all the times where it's already been litigated and decided upon. There's not even a point to hold a trial on this. You know, this is already set in our legal system. And so that's the U.S. legal system anyway. We are based off precedent. So if this is a case that sets a precedent, although, again, with patents, I can't imagine they won't be able to find precedent for things that are much like this. You're right, like trying to hold a patent on a base component of an industry. So my hope is this gets shot down, sets a precedent that now if any other developer tries to do something similar, it just basically will be quoted as like, hey, this has already been decided. Oh, absolutely. This could very much be weaponized. And it would crush indies, right? As an indie developer, the problem, again, no system is perfect. But the problem with our IP legal system right now is, I keep saying, I use the word weaponization. Like, I don't even have to be right. And there are ramifications for what I'm about to say, but I can, as a large entity, a large developer, basically go out and sue a small developer and just hope to tie them up in court long enough that they just can't afford to stay in business. And that is an issue. I think there are things if they would actually fight it, you could get that money back eventually, but you still have to have the money to fight it. And that's part of the problem. I do find it funny that Nintendo's involved in it because Nintendo was actually part as the defendant in one of my favorite cases in IP law, and that is Nintendo versus Universal. Universal sued Nintendo way back in the day. Did we not travel? Did I not click on the right things? Travel now. Basically claiming Donkey Kong was a violation of King Kong, which Universal claimed to hold the copyright on, and was trying to sue Nintendo that says Donkey Kong, violates our intellectual property holdings of King Kong, the movie. And the way they tried to do this, which, again, it's been a long time since I've read this case, but so IP can be a little bit weird in that the actual original source versus your version of the source can be different. Did I even check? Yeah, we can't. Quick travel. So, for instance, if I take a literary work that's in the public domain and I make my own derivative copy version of that work, the original work is still in the public domain and anybody else can do their own work. But if I can somehow prove your version is a derivative version of my version, I think you still have some protections there. And so what Universal was trying to do to Nintendo is they were trying to claim that Donkey Kong was in violation of their version of King Kong, which was a movie. Coincidentally, Universal had sued somebody else to prove that King Kong was in the public domain. So when they made their movie, they didn't have to pay any royalties on the original source work. And they won that as well. So Universal, being the big evil company, in this story, had previously had a lawsuit to prove that King Kong was public domain so they could make money off of their version, and then tried to turn around later and sue Nintendo that their version, Donkey Kong, was in violation of the thing that they had made. They lost it, spoiler warning, sorry. Probably should have said that if you wanted to go read the thing. Universal lost to Nintendo. Nintendo was able to fight it, and they were a pretty young game company at that point. And basically prove that no, King Kong, Donkey Kong's not in violation of King Kong. And if I remember right, even the judge in the case brought up, like, they found memos, or I don't know if it was probably not email at the time, but memos or audio recordings or something along the lines of the people at Universal bragging that their legal department was so good it actually made them money. So it's an interesting case to read. But I find it interesting that Nintendo's been on the other side of this as well. Yeah, it's a good case. Another one that I think, sets a precedent of what can and can't be protected. The general rule of thumb is ideas are not protectable. Implementation of things are. So going back to the original premise here, the idea of throwing and catching is completely not you can't protect that. The implementation, okay, we only got 11 Wookiees on this run. We missed one somewhere. So the idea of that mechanic you can't protect. The implementation, though, you should be able to. And that's where it gets weird, right? Like, your version can be protected. Let's see if we can find the one that we... Oh, is it this one? Maybe it's you. There we go. So again, patent is oftentimes about process. So if there is some kind of an algorithmic way they are doing it, they might be able to protect that algorithm. Which just means you can't do it that way. It means you just do it in a different way. But even those, there are limitations. Like, you can't file a patent and hold protection on, 9.81 meters per second acceleration, which is essentially gravity. You can't do that, but... All right, what are we up to? 40 minutes in. We started an even 100. I purposely set my number of Wookiees hugged to 100. So 40 minutes in, what are we at? We are at 196 Wookiees. So we've gotten almost 100 Wookiees in 40 minutes. It's a good pace so far. When you get to 120 Wookiees, my estimate would be, like 120 Wookiees in an hour. So I think we're going to be close to that. We will see. All right, so let's get, in conclusion, Your Honor, if you're asking me my opinion as a developer, do I want that to be something? I do not. I want that to fail horribly, and I want it to fail so horribly that nobody else tries it. That's my desire. What do I think could happen? I don't want to call it a loophole. It does feel like there is a possibility of them figuring out a way to make it fit within the legal definitions of protection, and that does concern me. I just don't know where that will land. Either way, this is one of those cases, though, because it is fundamental to the way IP rights work. Whatever decision happens won't be the final say on it. Whoever wins or loses, potentially then you'll see it appealed. Obviously, it's going to get appealed. And, while they don't have to take the case, this is something that is fundamentally, and not just from a gaming standpoint. Obviously, gaming is our application. But fundamentally, if this doesn't just get thrown out as ridiculous, which can happen. But if this doesn't just get thrown out and it does get tried or whatever, the first thing that's going to happen is it's going to get appealed, and it'll start working its way up the levels of appeals, which starts out with I don't know all the exact correct terms, but there's essentially a regional appeals court, but ultimately it would go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court can choose to hear it or not. But these are the types of things. I'm getting better at finding the spots, I think. The Supreme Court might take something like this on because it will define a key component to our IP law. But yeah, that's my hope. My hope is just like the judge looks at it and says, really? Like literally rolls their eyes and just be like, this is ridiculous. And not that I'm anti-Nintendo. I think Nintendo's done a lot of amazing things for the industry. But I would even argue to the point of, I don't know if this would happen in this kind of a case, but I'm pretty sure there is almost like a punishing thing a judge can do for, what's the word? It's basically abuse of the legal system, right? Like, it's not false litigation. They have a word for it where it's basically, it's almost malpractice type of level of thing. And I think a company can be punished for, abuse of the legal system in such a way. So I would almost hope it went that far. Oh, absolutely, my friend. Always happy to chat with you. Assuming you're not streaming today, I think you mentioned before that you probably weren't going to get to it, but in 2025, I think there's a way for me to auto send my people to your stream. We're gonna have to work that out so that we time our streams correctly in 2025. Everybody else in the chat is like, what is wrong with you guys? That was way more of a conversation than I wanted in my Wookiee hugging experience. All right, yeah, we know. I have a phone call. So that's the holocom sound that basically means the mission's wanting you to talk to somebody. So okay, I've been to some things on this character. I don't know why I haven't been to all of them, but all my characters are at different points of the story and not very consistent, so never quite know what you're gonna get. Alright, have we cracked 100? Yep, 209, so 109 Wookiees hugged so far. So then what I'll do is I'll do the math and figure out if this is something I'm going to pursue this year or not. Because we'll have a good base on how long this is going to take me. And can I find a slot to do it? Because if 250-ish is going to take 2 hours, we'll be at about 350 at the end of this. 2, 4, 6. We're looking at another 8 to 10 hours probably to get to 1500. So that would be like 4 to 5 movies I'd have to watch while hugging Wookiees. Again, I'm not opposed to doing stuff like that. I've done it before, but Just not sure I'll be able to shag loose the time to do it over the holidays. Happy, happy Wookie Wookie. But finding Mechshaw here has made this potentially feasible. The problem with Nar Shaddaa, and there might be other plans where this is better, is they were just spread out just enough that it was just annoying to do. So we're getting a warning there. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to go over the limit here. Let's look. Yeah, I have 8,400, so we're only getting 2 a hug or 2 a completion. We're not going to do 1,600. That'd be 800 runs, which would be well above what we're going to need. We probably have 150 of those completed if we did the full 1,500. This hasn't updated. I thought they had a new... I thought 7.6 had a new background. I've been using one that they put out. I can't remember if it was... Maybe it was only on Test Center. And because they delayed the story, they didn't update the background. I didn't even notice that before. So maybe it'll come out with the new story. Wow, get the right hotkeys. There we go. All right, 11 minutes left. Are we halfway through yet? Are we on pace? So again, it'll theoretically be a little faster if I do this again, because this time that we're using here, in future runs, I'll have the quick travel spot unlocked, so I won't have to do this. So we are kind of... That's good, though. When you're doing your estimates, it's better to have kind of a... We'll call it a worst-case scenario versus the fully optimized version. That can make it so that when you actually go to do it, your estimates are... If they're a little generous, then it actually takes less. You feel like you won something. Wookie hugging. I never thought I would stream Wookie hugging, to be honest. This is the difference between player types, right? Like, there's definitely a part of me now that while the actual interaction that we're doing isn't all that exciting, you know, I'll admit to that. The prospect of getting an achievement that is difficult and that's the driving force oftentimes for some different player psychology types, is the pain of going through to get it is part of the pride that people will feel in having it. One of my favorite achievements that was impossible, and I never ended up getting it. I don't know if I'd ever try it again. In Lord of the Rings Online, there was a title you could get called Crosser of Roads. That was the title. Not even that cool of a title, maybe, but what it was is I think it was in the Shire. There was a farm, and on that farm, a hobbit had chickens. And you could talk to, I think, one of the chickens, and you could start running chicken quests. And they'd be simple little quests like, go out and, gather your eggs or something. But you would play as the chicken, not as your character. So it would transform you to a level 1 chicken, and you would do these little tasks and stuff. And then the tasks would get bigger and bigger. So you would have to run your chicken from the Shire to Bree to do something, right? And you're a level 1 chicken, which means if any enemy attacks you, you're just going to die. And you had a handful of skills. Like you could play dead, you could sprint. I think you could heal yourself, but you're going to get one shot as a chicken. So this existed. And as you did these quests, you got better and better as a chicken. Then there was this final quest. And this final quest was essentially, at that time, you had to visit pretty much every location in the game. You had to go all the way to Rivendell. You had to go up into a mountainous area. You had to find these little shrines in deeply enemy-infested areas. It was insane. What they wanted you to do as a level 1 chicken. And if I recall, to do it, you're looking at 8 to 10 hours to get this done. And once you start it, you can't stop. You can't just I'll work on this later. It's a one-shot deal. And so one day I decided I was going to try it. And so I got going, and I started off with the easy stuff. It's okay, let's just see if this is even feasible. Oh, this is going to throw off our timing a little bit because I evidently tested on this guy and left him here. All right, well, we'll be nice and slow when we go back to our stronghold. Anyway, so I started this quest, and I had done a lot of the general easy areas, and then realized it's you know what, this is feasible. I could do this. And so then what I did is, I got a buddy of mine to start going in front of my chicken and clearing out enemies. The hill up to Rivendell, he would go up ahead of me and he would just fight all this stuff so that I could get through relatively easily, right? I'm not going to get attacked by an enemy. So we had done that, and I think I had gotten, I don't know how far into this quest, but significantly into the quest. And I had done most of the hard areas, and so I had a couple areas left. And again, this was arguably 15 years ago. And so it's there were certain places in the world that you could essentially teleport to as the chicken. And so one of those places was this little island north of Bree. And for whatever reason, I had to go back to Bree for something. Or Bree Town, or whatever it's called. And so, my buddy had cleared a bunch of stuff, and I'm okay, I'm going to teleport over to this spot. I'll run over to there's a road, just not too far away. I'll run over to that road, then I'll run down to Bree, and then we'll strategize for anything else. And there were some enemies. There were some orcs and stuff in the area, but not really anything to worry about. And so I was skirting down along this river, and there were ruins and stuff, so I was kind of running through that kind of stuff. And out of nowhere, I didn't see them at all. I just died. And what had happened is the route that I had chosen, I had come around a corner or you know, out from behind a building, and there was an orc archer that I had not seen, and he just one-shot me. I didn't even have a chance to apply any of my chances to potentially not die. And again, I was well into this. You know, I was probably six to 8 hours into this thing. And once I died, it's over. You have to start over. Did I ever go back and do it? No, I did not. I never got the Crosser of Rhodes title. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how many people actually do have that title. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to travel twice to simulate that this character did start on planet. Just to slow us down a little bit. All right, we're at 56, almost 57. We're not going to get one more in before the hour, but we'll see where we're at. We're at 144. I think that might be over half. We'll see. We'll count our characters here at roughly the halfway point in my time estimate. See how many we have accomplished. See if we've gotten to 12 yet. So we got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep, we've gotten exactly halfway done in just under an hour. So we're on pace. We're on pace to be able to hug, what was it, 24 times 12? So 144, 288 Wookiees. If I'm doing my in my head math correctly. And we haven't run into a character that can't travel to Mekshah yet, so that's a good sign. Well, if anybody's in the chat, we'll throw out any gaming holiday plans that anybody has. I'm sure we all have holiday plans, but are you going to do anything in gaming? And is it more engaging than hugging Wookiees? There's your question. Or another question is, would you even try for an achievement like this? Does it engage you enough to say, yes, I want to hug 1,500 Wookiees? This achievement's been out for a long time, and I've never done it, so that should give you an idea of how I kind of felt about it. My tipping point was, it's much easier on this planet. Now, if you really wanted to grind, I'm pretty sure we could do this on at least 3 planets. And I think it's roughly the same number. So now you're talking about 12, 24, you're talking about 36 Wookiees. I don't think it would be as efficient. I don't think you get through them as fast. This is probably the fastest you're going to do it. So it's going to take longer. But 36 Wookiees means we could do... And that's if I might be forgetting a planet, but... actually, there's some on Fleet as well. So let's round it up to... Call it 40. 40 Wookiees per character per day would mean I could get 400, 800. I could probably get 1,000 Wookiees in a day. I think that would be doable. So I could almost knock this achievement out in a day. And if there's another planet that I'm not thinking of that has Wookiees, then I could definitely get this done in a day. It would be a long day, but it would be a day. I'm probably more of, if I'm going to do it, I want the efficiency. So in finding this way where we're probably right at 4 minutes a run here, we can get through this. So then you just spread it out over multiple days, because every day this resets and you can do it again. But from my testing, if anybody has different info, let me know. My testing is this Wookiee, this particular Wookiee on Mech Shaw, I can only hug once a day. Like if I come back 5 hours later, I still can't re-hug that Wookiee. Now something we can potentially test, we'll do this at the end of our run, is I wonder if we change instances, can we hug a whole nother set of Wookiees? Because then, there's no instances on this planet, so that we can't test that. If an instance pops up, like a PvP instance, you could potentially again do this all again in the same day. But at 288 a day, let's round that up to 300 for easy math, because I could go pick up some 12 more Wookiees in a day. 3, 6, 9, 12. You could do this in 5 days. 5 days at 2 hours a run. That's reasonable. It's not outside the realm of crazy. I've done worse things. In game, anyway. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Oh, we're almost through our Republic characters, so then we'll start doing Imperials. And again, on a number of these characters, we're going to gain 20 seconds. And it's weird because when you start thinking about the game in those kind of terms, you gain 20 seconds. Well, that's not that big of a deal. But it is a big deal if you're going to do something 20 times, right? So even 10 times. Let's say 10 of our characters. That's 200 seconds that you've gained back. So let's see, we're at 40 when we hit the planet here. So it takes me 10 seconds to get over here. Yeah, you're looking at about 20 seconds. Because our quick travel would have taken a few seconds. So that's 3 minutes of time, across all the runs that we'll gain in doing it in future runs. That kind of stuff does add up eventually. Now, I could be actually jumping on my speeder more often. I just haven't been. So if I really wanted to optimize in kind of the same vein of like jumping on and off my speeder between these might gain me 5 to 10 seconds per run. Let's go with 10. I'm going to be twice as fast for like that section right there. Although you could argue that sometimes getting on and off the speeder could make it harder to align yourself and stuff like that. So, but again, even at 10 seconds a run, now you're looking at 240 seconds. So that's 4 minutes you would save. And then you stand like that and can't hug a Wookiee. So 4 minutes plus the 3-ish minutes. So I could potentially shave like 7 minutes off of this enterprise per run. We're gonna have to do at least 4 more runs. So that's about a half an hour. You can make a half an hour difference if you optimized all of that stuff. Half an hour over multiple days. Now, on the flip side, if I do this off stream, I'm most likely going to do it while watching YouTube videos or things like that, which means the exact opposite thing will happen. I'll probably be less effective. I'll probably be spending some time paying attention to other things. And so these runs will, instead of being 4 minutes, might be 6 minutes or 7 minutes. So the overall time will be longer. But but I'll have other things to do, right? So that's the trade-off. Take more overall time, but in that case, then you are essentially multitasking, right? So if you add it up, it's like, okay, if I extend my Wookiee hugging from 2 hours to 3 hours, but in that same time I watch a 2-hour movie, well, I've taken 4 hours worth of stuff that I was trying to do and condensed it to 3 hours. I've actually gained an hour or so. It's different ways to look at it. Because unfortunately, this does take some general paying attention. The one thing I like about throwing snowballs is I can just click the button and I don't have to be looking at the screen. And as long as out of the corner of my eye, I notice if there's like a group of 10 or 20 people throwing snowballs and then they all run away, I know that my target's no longer valid and we're moving to another target. So it's very, very, you don't have to pay much attention to it. Because in a tab targeting game system, it's not like I'm going to miss. So I just have to watch the movie with my hands on the buttons and just keep spamming the buttons until I get what I'm after. Okay, yeah, we started on Zach's. All right, time to jump over to the Imp side. Now, this means we're going to go the opposite direction. The Imp quick travel point is on the other side of the Wookiee line. But on the flip side, the Imperial version is easier to get to the quick travel point. Whether you have it or not, the speeder is really, really close to where you log into the world. So that's kind of nice. He should have it. Yeah. Should be that one, right? No. Red zone. Okay. Yeah, I think it's the cantina. Because I don't think that puts you in the cantina. It still puts you down below. I think the speeder is called something different. That's why I was getting a little confused. Yep, yeah, we're still down. Beckshaw loves these ramps. Alright, so this is usually our last Wookiee on our Republic runs. It will now turn into our first Wookiee. So we have to get a slightly different rhythm going here. But they're all the same Wookiees. Dreadmaster Shui, hugging Wookiees. That's the other thing I do like about events like this is well, I don't have a title on this character, but like you see these characters that are like these, like I'm a big bad Sith. I'm only going to give you so much time to hug that Wookiee. So you get, yeah, like our big bad Sith is now hugging Wookiees, covered in snow dust. It's where you have to definitely suspend some disbelief. Maybe that's the problem with the entire Sith Order, is they need more hugs. They weren't hugged enough. If emotional support Wookiees were available for all of our horrible Sith Lords, maybe they would be nicer. Emotional support Wookiee seems like a horrible thing. Not that a Wookiee friend wouldn't be a good thing, but emotional support Wookiee seems to put them in the role of a puppy. That'd be like having an emotional support human. Alright, there's our 10, and then there should be 2 more right over here. So on the Republic side, these are the first 2 that we do. So Imperial side will be the last 2 that we do. It's almost threatening until you hug him. Alright, 112. I think we can pull this off. I think this is a doable 2-hour adventure. And then we'll pop back down to Narshada, see if any snowball groups have started. And if so, we'll join in on some of those festivities. And then maybe go do some dynamic encounters. I think it takes 15 to get the... I don't know if there's a weekly. We've already done the weekly this week. I can't remember. Cool. Two characters that have been here before. Or at least to that spot. He hasn't been to all the spots. Some of the spots. So I might have been here for another mission or something like that. Sometimes it's hard to say. Alright, Dominatus the Wookiee Hugger. Hey, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you with us. Have you joined for some great Wookiee hugging adventures? We are grinding the achievement to hug 1,500 Wookiees. We're up to what are we at? 283. There's a lot of fur to clean out of our armor. But we are timing it. We're trying to time to see how long it's going to take us to go through 24 characters at 12 hookies apiece. So that's what the timer is. We're just cycling through. I don't want to call them mains because it's 24 characters, but it's the 24 characters I have sitting at level 80 that I do different things with. And we're trying to see how long it's going to take to get through 24. And then we'll see how feasible it's going to be. And this won't be a stream thing. I'll do this probably off stream, but how feasible will it be to do that probably 4 more times once I do the final math here. Because I think we'll hit 388. We had 100 Wookiees already hugged. And I think I'll get 288 in this cycle. So roughly 300. And we'll be at 388. So we'll round that up to 400. So we're going to need 1,100 more Wookiees when we're done. So 3, 6, 9. That'd be 3 more days of this. Because I think we can only do this once per day on Mechshaw. If we don't do another planet. So probably 4 more days or a total of 8 more hours to get the achievement. That's my estimate. Alright, so that's our 12. Are you a SWTOR player? And if so, would you do something this silly? Because I can guarantee you not everybody would be into this kind of a challenge. And I completely understand that. It is one of my favorite things about MMO gaming is this exists and some players will want to do it, some players won't. But you do have the choice. You choose to hug Wookiees or not. But I will admit there are definitely parts of the game that I don't play as much either.
I think you'll be quite pleased.
Now, if I am going to do this, the other thing I might do just to speed it up will be to just leave my characters on Mechshaw. So we're doing worst case scenario here. We're logging in to our stronghold, traveling to Mechshaw, doing the Wookiee hugging, and traveling back to our stronghold. If I was going to do it again, or if I am going to go after this, which I probably will at this point, I'll probably just leave my character on Mechshaw at the start of one of the Wookiee cycles. Oh, we don't have the quick travel point unlocked on this guy.
Ready for departure. Enjoy your stay.
So instead of, that'll save us two logins, right? I can just log in, hug the Wookiees, log out, hug the Wookiees, log out. Yeah, I think there's a title for this one. Let's look. Oops, that's not the right thing. I know there's one for the achievement before this. Yeah, so Wookiee Hugging Champion I have. This one's Hug Everlasting is the title. Honestly, I would say I would have potentially reversed those. I think Wookiee Hugging Champion would be the more desirable of the two titles, but maybe they did that on purpose. Like, don't make the fun title that people are really going to want all that hard to get. Like, if I remember right, that one was like 50 Wookiees. Like, hugging 50 Wookiees isn't a big deal. So yeah, make that one. That way, if anybody does want to do it casually, they can still get kind of a cool title. and then make the crazy title something that is recognized, but not necessarily blocking people from getting a fun title. Hey, Professor H, how you doing today? Have you ever hugged a Wookiee? We have hugged 296 Wookiees. At least. Only 196 of those today. I had 100 already in the bank. It's going to be roughly that, yeah. And so some of the challenges to this is you can hug Wookiees on multiple planets, but like, so if we take this Wookiee right here, right, I can hug him. Some of them, sometimes it's hard to find the sweet spot, but now I can't hug this Wookiee until tomorrow. So it's, I can only hug each Wookiee once a day per character. And then, now there are other planets, but this planet, the Wookiees are just close together. So we're getting through them quicker. So that's why I chose this particular planet. So I have to do it across multiple days, or make more characters, I suppose. But so yeah, so 1,500 Wookiees divided by 24, or sorry, divided by 12 would be how many you can get per day. Or let's see, 12 Wookiees a day times 24 is 288 Wookiees, and then divide that by 50 or 1,500 by 288, and you'll get how many days it would take. Something like that. All right, we missed a Wookiee because that one should have been number 11 and it was number 10. So we'll go see if we can find that real quick. Oh yeah, we power washed Santa's workshop and the ice rink. The ice rink we got done in about an hour and a half, I think. And then the Santa's workshop, I think, took close to 3 hours. It was much, much bigger. There's the one we missed. I think. Or was it this one? Ah, it's this one. But yeah, so we power washed an ice rink and Santa's workshop last night. And talked Christmassy things. I find it funny that, especially now that we're in our Imperial characters, like a happy Jedi hugging Wookiees makes sense. My big, mean, dark side Sith warrior taking time out of his day of crushing people to hug Wookiees. Like, does this guy look like somebody who wants to hug a Wookiee? I would argue no, but But you know what? There's always something else to do. It's not like I have all the achievements. I think I'm right around 2/3 of the achievements, probably. I haven't looked in a while, but there's a lot. I know I have all the Steam achievements. Because when they added
Ready for departure.
the Steam client, they added, all the Steam achievements, but they were all retroactive, which means if you had the achievement in game, the first time you logged into the Steam client, it gave you the Steam ones. And I don't know how many Steam achievements there are for SWTOR, 200 or 300, something like that. It might not be that many. But I logged in and it popped all but 2. So I came up 2 short on my first login, and it's because I hadn't done a story arc on the Imperial side for some reason. I just never bothered to do it. And so I had to take a character through that story arc and then finish the achievements. All right, buddy. If you're not moving, I'm not waiting. All right, I gave you your chance. Don't know why you're just standing there, but like I try to be respectful. Somebody's there first. I want to give them the right of way to get their hug in before I come in. But if they're just going to stand there and not hug, I'm taking my hug. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is... In games like this, that is one of those that... 2 things happen. You step away and you miss stuff. But then as you step away, it's... I don't want to say harder to get back into it, but... I'm more reluctant to get back into things. I've really had that happen with casual games. Specifically farming games on Facebook, where I used to I'd log in every day to tend to my farm, and I couldn't miss a day. You know, all my streak bonuses and stuff. But eventually you step away, and once you step away and break those streaks and bonuses and all that kind of stuff, it's really easy to just say, you know what, I'm not going back. $121. That's still a good chunk of achievements. Yeah. Now I have played not to say I've played every day, but I have played since launch. I was in the beta and started at launch. So I have played quite a bit. This has historically been my go-to if I just want to not think about anything else and just visit a universe. This is the game I play. It's not that I don't play other games, but oftentimes for me those turn into almost, in a weird way, almost work, because I teach game design and development for a living. And so oftentimes when I'm in a lot of games, I'm almost doing it for research, and that's weird. This one I shut most of that off and just enjoy it. Yeah, the story part of this has always been a strong suit of the game. Especially the original stories. The original stories are really good. The Fallen Empire and Eternal Throne are great story arcs. Arguably, I think that was the pinnacle peak. Not that I haven't enjoyed, but yeah. Okay, does that guy look like somebody who wants to hug a Wookiee? Maybe kill a Wookiee, but... so it's not that I haven't enjoyed the story since, but those were pretty epic. Those were big releases.
What a resounding success.
All right, let's see. Oh, hit the right hotkeys. There we go. Yeah, that is one of those that I'm torn on, right? Like, having exclusivity to things because you were there at the beginning is nice. I don't know if you can see it in the camera. Which side it would be on? There we go. So I actually have that's the collector's edition. You know, so I was all in. And like I said, I was in the beta. So I bought the collector's edition. So I have all the perks and things like that. But do I believe that there shouldn't be a way to get some of that stuff later on? I don't know. Like a title, maybe not. But some of the other things, like, so for instance, I think they eventually, like on Fleet, one of the things you got for getting the collector's edition was access to the VIP level in the center. And for a long time, if you didn't buy the collector's edition, there was no way you could get there. And it's not like there was very much up there. There was a VIP vendor you could buy some things on, but really, I mean, it wasn't that big of a deal. But I think they eventually made it so you could buy the wristband separately. And then I think they eventually added a digital upgrade that you could get to get a lot of the original perks. I think. I didn't pay that close attention to it because I didn't need it, but I think that stuff existed at some point. We're right behind Roxas here as we hug Wookiees. Let's see which one of us is more efficient. If I catch her... Oh, that messed that one up. Or did it complete? I think I canceled out of that one. Oh, it's not popping back up. Must have given me credit. I feel like we're one short. 7, 8, 9. Nope, we're right on track. I just saw you hug the Wookiee, so I know that you're done. This person's pretty good at it. Finding those sweet spots pretty quick. There's our 10. But we still want to get as many as we can. It's not about the mission. It's about the achievement. So yeah, I have pretty much all the perks. I've bought most of the upgrades and packs and different things over the years. I can't remember now. When I make a new character, I think I have like 80 or 90 emails waiting for me with all the stuff and things like that. I was having a conversation with some other game people, and we were talking about like money for entertainment. It was essentially the topic. And so we started doing a calculation on, you know, it's like I've been playing this game for 13 years. I've been subscribed the whole time. And so I don't remember the exact numbers, but that's thousands of dollars that I've paid in subscription fees over that time. I think it's short of 3. I think it's somewhere in the high 2,000 range. And when you say that out loud, it's like, holy cow, that seems like a lot of money. Now, obviously, it's spread out over a long period of time, so it's not like I just paid it. Although, when I played Lord of the Rings Online, I was in the beta for Lord of the Rings Online, and they offered the Founders subscription membership. And what that was is if you paid $200 up front, $199, you got the Founders subscription. And in doing so, you were subscribed to the game for life. It was a lifetime subscription. So you never had to pay the monthly subscription again. So if you do the math on that at $12 to $15 a month, it eventually pays for itself. So I did that, but in this game that didn't have that. So then we're like, okay, that is a lot of money. Agreed. But if you divide that money up over other activities, so let's say you just are going to go out to like a sports bar or something, then we're trying to figure out how much money would you drop doing that. We came up with $70, which arguably is on the low side, but yeah, at $70 an outing, that means that my subscription fees roughly were good for like one outing every month or two. It'd be roughly the same amount of money. So, and I can guarantee you I've got more hours of entertainment out of my money than you probably got out of that money. So arguably gaming as a per hour, come on, give me the sweet spot. If you break it down per hour, is a pretty efficient form of entertainment. Even if you buy a brand new game for like $60-$70 and then you play it for 100 hours, it gets pretty crazy. As far as how much per hour is pretty cheap. Wow, I never played Dark Age of Camelot. I don't think. If I did, it was like I played it for a month or something. It wasn't in my regular rotation. I've got some WoW time in. I was in the beta for WoW as well. And then I actually didn't play at launch. That's one of the few that I didn't continue playing as launch happened. My main path, so I've played probably, arguably, probably 25, 30 MMOs. But a lot of those were just I played for a month or two just to check them out. So I don't count them as part of my main rotation. But my first MMO or MMO-like experience, if you don't count pen and paper, you know, like Dungeons and Dragons, and you don't count Muds, Moos, and Mushes, you know, your text-based stuff. So if you don't count those, my first graphical MMO was one called The Realm. It was kind of a 2D, you jump from screen to screen based instance-based combat experience. So The Realm was my first. And then after The Realm, or yeah, like a year, I don't know, roughly the same time, but then Ultima Online came out. And Ultima Online is like the great grandfather of MMOs, right? Played Ultima Online for 5-6 years, something like that. Then I left Ultima Online for Star Wars Galaxies. I did skip over EverQuest, never really played EverQuest. Played Star Wars Galaxies for kind of the same thing, 4 or 5 years, something like that. Then I went over to Lord of the Rings Online. And then, like I said, I technically still have a subscription because I'm a lifetime subscriber. So I log into Lord of the Rings Online every 4 to 6 months, I get monthly allocation of their currency. I use that currency. I give it back to them by buying the expansions, and then I never play. Then after Lord of the Rings Online, I think it was this one as my next main one. Then in that time, you know, I played Motor City Online. I played City of Heroes. I played The Matrix Online. Played Anarchy Online. And I can't remember. Like I said, a lot of those, though, were... I just played for a month or two. Secret World. I think I played Secret World at one time. in general, I try not to have more than one MMO going at once. It's just too much time. I liked Galaxies. I liked the original Galaxies. I have mixed feelings about Galaxies. The original system was pretty... You could tell it was designed for a more hardcore audience than what the game probably should have been. Very impossible to balance. Guild Wars. Yeah, that's a good one. Just the complexity of the system made it, for PvP, almost, I would argue, impossible to balance. And so that hurt it a little bit. But then they did what they call the NGE, the new game enhancements, and they turned it over to a class-based, level-based system, which arguably was a better system for PvP and stuff like that. But it took a lot of the uniqueness and flavor away from the game. But those systems were very abusable. But yeah, I had a Jedi in Galaxies. I did not unlock it under the original system. The original Jedi unlocking system was they assigned, I think it was 4 to 6 professions hidden from you to every character. And if you happen to accidentally master those professions, it would unlock a Jedi slot. Once that was figured out, or a known piece of information, then a bunch of us started to grind out professions. And I think there were 32 professions in the original game. And I had gotten to 28. I had done 28 professions and still hadn't hit my hidden list of professions that would unlock my Jedi slot. And at about that time, they announced they were changing the system. They added this like village that you had to go to, and you could run different missions for different groups, and it would unlock things. And so the other thing they announced was, in the new system, the character that did that work would become the Jedi, as opposed to it opening up a second slot that was your Jedi slot. And I'm like, okay, I kind of want this character now to become the Jedi. So I stopped mastering professions at like 28, and I just waited for that system to come in. Once that system was live and they took away the mastery system, I mastered the rest of the professions, so I hit all 32. And then I went ahead and did everything that I needed to on the new system. And we got like retroactive credit for how far we were in, so I didn't have to do everything. And then I unlocked it as my Jedi, but it was a Jedi who had, if you had like examined a player, it would show all of their achievements. And so that character had every profession mastery and the Jedi slot, so he was pretty cool. Yeah, it was a different system. I like the system overall. Basically, you had a novice box, and that novice box would open up 4 columns, and each column had 4 boxes in it. If you mastered all of those, then there was a mastery box at the top. And so that's how they work. And each arm of the system, had different skills or bonuses and stuff linked to it. And then sometimes you had to master one profession to open up a second, and you had enough skill points. My memory is you could do about 2.5 of the professions. So, and that was what was kind of fun about it, is you could actually have, like, I had one character who was a Terrakasi artist, so the hand-to-hand combat, but was also a master rifleman. So he could do like sniping from long range, right? But it was all in one character. There were combat professions. There were crafting professions that you could do. There was even a profession to be a politician. So I had a character who was the mayor of our town. So because there were player-made towns in the game. And then the other thing from the original game, and they changed this eventually as well, is it was a one character per server game. So when you committed to, like, let's say being a crafts person, you were committing to it. And the other interesting thing about that is all of the gear in Galaxies in the original game came from players. There was no loot. There were no vendors. If you wanted a gun or armor, you had to buy it from another player,
Enjoy your stay.
which really made the player run economy in really good. And then the quality of the materials that you made your stuff from affected the outcome of it. I mean, it was, like I said, it was pretty hardcore. And I think that was honestly, unfortunately, part of its undoing. Is a casual player doesn't want all of that. And I can understand that. So they eventually changed all that. They basically rebuilt the game twice. But by that time, and they had some expansions. They had like the Jump to Light Speed expansion that added space combat and stuff like that. But I miss it. I don't know that I would want to go and play it again. I have very, very fond memories of Star Wars Galaxies. Same with Ultima Online. Right? Like, I have very fond memories of these games. And to just go and play the game again in its current form, I don't think would live up to my memories. So I tend not to go back. Now, that being said, if they rebuilt it into a new game, I would probably go play it or at least try it out. I'd play a different Star Wars MMO, for sure. You can see I'm not the only one doing this. There's like 3 or 4 of us, I think, that are cycling through characters here and hugging Wookiees. Yeah, it was definitely old school. Now, the lead designer of Star Wars Galaxies was also the lead designer of Ultima Online. Same guy named Raph Koster. And if you want to see his design stuff, check out an MMO that's in early alpha right now. So it's not publicly available, called Stars Reach. That's his current project. I'm in the early alpha of that one. I haven't been able to play it very much because the main machine I play on, it actually has some kind of a terrain loading bug and it crashes. So my configuration is not happy with something that's going on. My secondary machine actually will play it, so I've played it a little bit on that machine. It's just less comfortable to play on that machine. But that's what pre-alpha is for, is they're tracking that kind of stuff down. Like, this game is way early. I don't know when it's going to come out, but yeah, that's the latest game he's working on. It's funny because occasionally we'll run across a system, like there's a combat fatigue. I don't know what they're calling it in Stars Reach, but there's a combat fatigue system that basically is if you go out and do combat for a long time, like I've got my health bar here, right? And my health bar is full right now. And that means I can have, whatever my health is at. 253,403 is my maximum health. Well, a combat fatigue system is one where my total gets lowered temporarily through this combat fatigue. Oops, there we go. And so let's say I have 1,000 points of combat fatigue. So now my maximum health is 252,000. Well, let's say I have 50,000 points of combat fatigue. So now my maximum health is 203,000. And then what you have to do is you have to go somewhere to get that fatigue healed separately from just health healing. And in Star Wars Galaxies, that was entertainers. You had musicians and dancers that would be in a cantina and they would play music or dance. And if you watched or listened to those characters, it would heal your combat fatigue. So in Stars Reach, they have a similar system. It's still rudimentary right now. It's not like really full. But you can see when a designer has certain things they like to do, you can see them across multiple games they worked on. And I've always, there's a test you can take called the Bartle quotient, that will kind of give you your ranking in 4 different categories of MMO play. Ralph Koster's and mine are very similar. So him as a designer and me as a player align. So I like the games that he puts out. So we'll see. I'm still on the fence of what they are trying to pull off with Star's Reach is a very players have complete control over the worlds type of metaphor. I don't know how that's going to work out. I'll just leave it at that. I know players enough that I'm skeptical in trusting the players, if that makes sense.
Enjoy your stay.
So we'll see. But it's been kind of cool so far. Again, I probably have less than a half an hour of total playtime in it, so I haven't really dug into it yet. I'm hoping that they fix whatever. It's a Unity error. It's not even. I mean, it's linked to their game, but it's a Unity terrain error that I'm getting, and I don't know why. So I'm hoping they get that fixed. I can't stream it yet. I think they've lifted the embargo on making videos, so theoretically I could record some stuff and put it up on the channel. The other downside to it is it's very limited on when you can play. They'll like do a 2-hour test at X time on a Saturday or on a Tuesday. And so oftentimes my schedule doesn't mesh up. And then I can't play otherwise because the servers aren't available. Which again, all reasonable given that it's not even in alpha yet. It's a very, very early build. No complaints. All the stuff I'm saying there I'm not complaining about, just reporting the current state. Yeah, I've been trying to take my testing responsibilities serious. Like I've been in a few tests where I've never actually made it into the game. Because the whole point of these kind of tests is to fix issues. And so one day I spent 2 hours logging into the game and crashing. And between every login, I would make a configuration change. I would make a resolution change. I would try different naming conventions. I would add different flags to it's a Steam, a Steam key that I have. So I'd add different debug flags to my login. Try that again, because I really do hope that the game can be successful. I want to help the developers out as much as I can. So that's my experience so far. What's interesting is I'm not alone, but it's not like everybody's having this issue. So I log into the test center Discord while we're testing, and I can listen as other people talk about playing the game. So, they're making it in and the game's working. So it's just something with the configuration on this machine. It just is not happy, and I don't know 100% what it is. Now, I'll admit the last couple weeks of tests, I've just been at times where I wasn't available. So I haven't tested here recently to see if they have fixed that bug. But hopefully over the break, the Christmas holidays, they'll run some tests and I can get myself in and play some. That would be fun. All right, what are we at? 1 hour and 51 minutes. We got to be getting close to the end here. Or at least through all my characters. Yep, this is the last character. This is number 24. We're going to be pretty close to 1 hour and 55 minutes, which my estimate was 2 hours. I thought I could get through this in 2 hours. So if I give myself 2 hours as my calculation.
Perfection. You deserve nothing less.
And honestly, like I said, if I skip this step. So we were about at 151. We're already like almost a minute in. If I log in and log out on the planet, I bet you I could get that down to 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes, as opposed to 4 to 4.5. Because this part, I wouldn't have to. Oh, I'm gonna. Oh, whew, I thought I was gonna fall off.
Destination.
Like I wouldn't have to do this part. Yeah, I think I could cut another minute off of this. So what would that be about? We'll call it an hour and a half. I think I could get through 24 characters in an hour and a half. Because what I would do is I would literally just log out like right here. So I log in, or on the other end, one of the two ends. Log in, start hugging Wookiees, log out. Log in, start hugging Wookiees, log out. I might try that off stream. What are we at? 377. 378. We're going to be at 388 when we're all said and done here. So 3, 6, 9, 12. So it's going to take somewhere between 3 and 4 more runs to do this. Hour and a half, 3. So 4.5, probably 5-ish. I think 5 hours. Short of 6 probably. I think I could get this achievement in 5 more hours. That's not horrible. I've done worse. Spent more time on things. Now we're not doing that again. I can't do it today because I can only hug these Wookiees once. But now this is, to me, really, I don't want to say it's not feasible on other planets. This is the most tightly compacted version I have seen. Like Nar Shaddaa, they have Wookiees, but they're spread out over 2 floors on the promenade, and it just takes so much longer just traveling between them to get it done, right? These guys are all close together. So I just think it makes it a little more grindable. Not that you can't do the others, it would just take longer. Oh, yeah, gear-wise, which character? I've got all kinds of different shells and things on my different characters here. All right, that's 12. We are at 388. Again, we will go ahead and be complete. We'll do the final login. But yeah, we'll call that 1 hour, 55 minutes to get through 24 characters, hugging 12 Wookiees apiece on Mech Shaw. So we came up short of the 2 hour. That's what I thought it'd take, about 2 hours. So I think I could get that down to an hour and a half. If I didn't go from Stronghold to Planet, do the Wookiee hugging, and then back Planet to Stronghold, You take 2 load times out of that and the travel time. Yeah, I think I can get that down to an hour and a half. Yeah, gear-wise, you know, I've got these guys all in different... That's actually pretty low-end gear there. I can't remember what all of these are. They're just ones that I've found and liked. Some of them are old gear that you used to get for hitting level 50. That guy looks like Iron Man a little bit. That's the Havoc gear there. I like that look. That's a good look. That one's a little piratey. That's my Jedi that's a lightning sork. I like that one. That one's pretty good. Yeah, that one's okay. These two I like. That one's pretty cool. Like that one. I like the arms on that one. That's just the default, I think, 240 gear there. Okay, so now, in the spirit of Life Day, let's go ahead and let's go see if anybody's throwing snowballs. We checked earlier, and there weren't any groups running. If not, then we might go ahead and jump over and run some... Let's go ahead and just pause that timer. We might go ahead and go run some dynamic encounters, which is the new system. Actually, we'll just stop the timer. It served its purpose. I'm not overly concerned with snowballs because I have like 8,000 parcels. And I've pretty much purchased all of the stuff that I want. Alright, let's see if anybody is about. This is definitely not near as popular as it used to be. First couple years of the Life Day event, you would have multiple instances and you would see like 30, 40 people throwing snowballs at a droid. It was actually pretty epic. So like there you go. Like there's a Wookiee we could hug. You know, they exist here. They're just way more spread out. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody. There's a Wookiee right there. A huggable Wookiee. Oh, the dynamic encounters. So the conquest things, I think there's a weekly thing for conquest. As far as the encounters themselves, you can run them as many times as you want. They'll just keep respawning forever. Let's look and see if there's anything going on right now. Yeah, I don't see a hidden chain invasion right now, but yeah, like on Hoth, like, so this Imperial Attack Auric base has 24 minutes. That'll eventually go away, and it'll just go back into the pool. They'll just keep cycling through these things. We did last time we played, we've actually gotten through 50. Now, there is an achievement for each one. So, like, I haven't done Icy Intervention yet, right? So you can kind of keep track of which ones you've seen and which ones you haven't. So there's a couple I haven't seen. There's a couple I haven't seen. But total, yeah, we got through... Yeah, we're 50 of 125 on Hoth. And we are, I think, the same. 50 of 125 on Tatooine. So yeah, it's one of those things that we'll keep grinding through it. And then you've got this one. This is a little different in this is the head of coal invasion, the hidden chain. So that can spawn on different planets. Right now it looks to only be Hoth, Tatooine, Ilum, and Rishi. So I've only gotten a couple of those. Looks like 3. Got Tatooine, Rishi, and Ilum so far. Well, I'm not seeing any snowball throwing, so maybe we'll go do... Yeah, they just keep spawning. So you can run it for hours. You will occasionally get to a spot where, you know, there's none spawn, but if you wait a few minutes, you'll get new ones. It is a little grindy. Let's see. Well, speaking of dynamic encounters, let's go ahead and run. I don't see any snowball people. So, again, like I said, this just isn't as popular as it used to be. There's a handful of people here. That person's Wookiee hugging. But yeah, I don't see any. Let's make sure there's not another instance. That can sometimes happen. Nope. Alright, let's go to Hoth. Why not? Yeah, it is definitely a little grindy. I can see myself getting to a point where I just have certain ones that I want to get done, and so I'll just sit and wait for them to spawn. Like I'll watch a movie or something and wait. Let's see how many... We'll see if we can find any we don't have. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, a lot of people don't like... It's funny that they chose Hoth and Tatooine. Like, the landscape of these two planets are probably the roughest. Alright, well, it looks like there is an attack taking place right now. So let's go do that one. Well, we might go do that one. Oh yeah, it's at 67%. Let's go ahead and go get ourselves some credit here. So this is actually a cool thing about the system, is we can jump in. So this was already taking place, right? We should, I think we're in early enough that we'll get credit for it. Now, if you don't get into this phase, and we also get credit for other people killing it. Alright, so there's the walker that has spawned. If they engage with that guy, then we shouldn't have to deal with. Where's the other people? Come on, guys. What are you doing? Fight the walker. There they all come. Holy cow, what's going on there? It's quite a group they got going. I dismissed my companion, so we should probably fix that here in a minute. And hope that somebody pulls aggro off of me. Come on, guys. Not a tank amongst you? Or anybody who's doing more DPS than me? Alright, well, we're just going to self-heal here. Because I forgot to bring my companion out because we shut them off to hug Wookiees. Like this person evidently can't pull aggro off of me. It's gonna be close. Yeah, normally I'd have my companion would be healing me. I'd be fine. I can solo this guy. I don't know how. I have not attacked this thing, and they can't pull aggro off of me, though. Like, I haven't fought this thing in a while. I don't think I'm gonna live. Yeah, I'm not sure how they couldn't pull aggro off of me. I didn't do that much damage. There we go. Now we have our companion. Question is, can I pull aggro back off of them? So I'm not a tank. This is just a DPS character. That was my own mistake, though. I usually have my companions out. I didn't even think about it. We shut them off for Wookiee hugging. We almost pulled it off. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get credit for it because I died. That's alright. We've done this one. I'm not that worried about it. Okay, well here's what we're going to do. Let's look at what we need compared to what is available. Is there a good way? I don't think I want to turn all these on. Let's see, how much space is this going to take up? Icy intervention, lakeside retreat. Goal. Turn that one on, that one on, that one on. I think this is going to fill up our meter, but we will see. I've gotten a lot of these done. I mean, you can see all those we got. Problem is, I think we've turned too many on to where we're not going to be able to see them all anyway, but that's what we need to turn on. Okay, well, let's see how bad that is. Yeah, 7 additional ones. That's a mess. Okay. So let's fix this. But there's another. Okay, let's go back through here. Turn these back off. I should have checked that first. We don't need to turn on the individual missions. That takes up too much space. But what we can do here. Turn that off. Turn that off. As we stand in the middle of combat, just standing here letting other people die. Okay, did that turn them all off? Okay, it did. So, what's maintaining order and why do I have that on? Oh, that's still just one mission. Okay, all those are now off. So let's go to Hoth, go to Mastery. If I turn these on, so the green ones won't show up. So these will be a much smaller list. There we go. That's workable. Okay, it's hard to see because we're in the horrible whiteness of Hoth here. So let's get into a little darker spot. All right, so that's our list. Our list of what we need. So now we should be able to open up our map here and just look around for Ice Tromper Incursion. I think we've done that one. I wish it popped up on here. Well, I know we've done that one. The wolf, we've done the wolf. Trial by fire. Yeah, we've done that one. Tauntaun Fun I like. That's one of my favorite ones. Assault Outpost Zarek. I think we've done that one. Lost Inventory. Let's see. We only need malfunctioning security droid. Okay, so we need this one. And it's got 12 minutes. So let's see if we can get to that one. Oh, yeah. If you're trying to get the... what's that final mission? It's called, like, the Shroud or something like that. Yeah, you need 4 players to do that one. Most of that stuff you can get through by yourself. But, yeah, that final mission, if that's the stage you're on, that final mission, there are roles that each person has to do at the same time. So you can't solo it. What server do you play on? That's one that if you're in a guild, it can be helpful, but... Alright, so, yeah, 10 minutes. We should be able to get to this one and get it done. I don't think it'll be too tough. And we'll knock another one off of our list. Actually, that'll finish the Starship Graveyard for us. That'll be nice. So, yeah, what server do you play on? Because if you're on my server, I'd be happy to help you. I don't know that... Oh, yeah, I'm on Steel Sean. So, if there's something you need help with, I'd be happy to help out. If we need more than just the 2 of us, though, I'm basically in a guild by myself, so I don't really have a bunch of people I could call on. But yeah, Steel Sean's. I technically have characters on all the servers, but it's a technicality. I only play on this server. I don't spread myself out over multiple servers. Okay, what's this one say we have to do? Security droid has been, from the wreckage of the Star of Coruscant, has reactivated attacking random targets. Oh, is this just a single boss fight? Yeah, we'll get this one done with 10 minutes. Not a problem. But yeah, I remember those. They were... Basically, you need either really good friends or some guildies to help out. Oh, it's that guy right there, I bet you. Yep. I am... Anymore, I'm pretty hesitant to do pickup groups. I just don't. I mostly play solo these days. Occasionally I'll do some group stuff, but almost everybody I used to play with in my old guilds and things have moved on. So I treat the game like a solo game for the most part. I have a couple characters in some big guilds. So if they're running an event or something like that, I might join up, but for the most part I just play solo. But it does get frustrating, you know, for things like that. So it also means I rarely do raids or anything anymore, because I'm not going to do that in a pickup group either. I miss it sometimes. There we go. Alright, so that completes the Starship Graveyard. So we got that one done. Alright, so let's check the map now and see if anything new has spawned. If not, we'll go do more of these. Trial by fire. These all look to be the same. The wolf. Alright, well, let's just go do this one. It's not much travel time. Don't remember. That one seems like it'll take a while.
Charge! Tear him to shreds!
Yeah, pickup groups are interesting because it depends on what you get, obviously. You know, that's the big part of it. But when you are dealing with other players, and oftentimes in those groups, they're just looking to be super efficient, and if you don't do it their way, they get all crotchety about it. That is the fun part of doing group content with people you know. I had a couple of players I used to do group content with that just enjoyed looking at scenery and stuff, and so we would sometimes go through an area and we would just go exploring and looking at some of the things in the area. And man, if you did that in a pickup group, they would hate you. You know, if you don't spacebar through a conversation in some of those groups, they get upset about it. So. And I've played both ways. I get the power gamer, I just want to get my dailies done mentality as well, because I play that way sometimes. But oh yeah, you don't have to leave your character names. Is that on SWTOR Sean? Hold on, after this fight, I'll... Actually, let's see... Leave them there... Oh, I can still see it, I think, even though it's deleted, so... I'll add you here in a second, but I'll do it so that... I want to protect your character name. That was one of the hardest things when I started streaming, that I had to just accept that I can't protect my character names anymore. Everybody's gonna know them. And I used to only play on certain characters, but I got to the point where it was getting hard to protect all my alt names. So I eventually just gave up. I have, and I've never had a bad encounter with it. I have had probably 2 or 3 times, so it hasn't happened a ton, where somebody who knows me from streaming will find me in game, sometimes while I'm streaming, and we've just run content together. Like I said, it was a positive experience. It wasn't a negative. Yeah, hold on. Let me copy that. Can I copy that? Alright, hold on. I'll just put it in Notepad here. That way no one else can see it. Alright, this guy probably wonders why I quit shooting. But yeah, it does take a little bit of, you have to just accept I'm not going to keep my characters anonymous anymore. But like I said, so far I haven't had a negative experience. It's probably not hard to tell because you can see me. I am also in my 50s. I'm not a youngin' anymore. The beard really shows the age. The hair's not so bad, but anything new? Actually, let's also check. Oh, come on. I'm still in combat. Alright, let's make sure there's no... Yep, nothing going on with the hidden chain. Alright, what do we got? Nothing new popped up. How long does that one have? That's 2 minutes. That one's almost over. That one's almost over. 17 for that one. 17 for that one. 2 minutes. So as you notice here, we got 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 17. A whole bunch of those. 1, 2, 3, 4 are about to end, which means another crop's about to spawn in. So, the wolf's actually pretty quick. We'll go do that one. That's fair. Yeah, I completely understand that. That is one of those things that I don't know. I'm kind of proud of, in that I get comments on just how even-tempered I am. Like, I had somebody who was a follower for a while, and so they jumped in and we're teaming up, and so we ended up doing some PvP together. And they would get so frustrated and get to just in these like arguments with other people, and I'm like, dude, man, just chill out. It's not that big of a deal. You'll also notice that's the same reason why, if especially on my all my streams in general, but right now if you look, my chat is there we go. There's my chat, right? I do have my chat open, but I usually keep it blocked because while I don't honestly care that much if somebody says something in chat, I don't want it to go out on the stream. You know, I try to keep everything as family friendly as I can. You know, so I also don't play games that are not family friendly. So, you know, this is like a T for Teen game. So I block it with that. Or if I'm not streaming for charity, because this is my charity stream, I'll put my camera over there and block my chat. For that very reason. Toxic gamers are just annoying. But anyway, yeah. So one of the things I work hard at is no matter what happens in game, and everybody gets frustrated, I get that. I try to keep things chill. You know what? Let's not get all upset and worked up over something. We'll just figure out our next thing and move on. I really should be moving out of those, but our healer's plenty strong. Yeah, it's interesting because one of the guilds, I still have some characters in it. I respect the guild leadership of the guild, but they are all, I'm going to air quote and call them kids. You know, they're probably in their 20s. You know, it's not like they're children, but they are on the younger side. And you can see it sometimes, just the lack of life experience. But they put in a ton of work. I respect them for what they do. I was an officer in their guild for a while. And I found it interesting because when I stepped down, they were like all confused. It's like, why would you want to give up, you know, this position? I'm like, look, I log in to play the game. You know, I only have so much time, so I don't want to be doing a bunch of administration stuff. And secretly, the real reason was, like, I'm in charge of projects and things for a living. When I get home, I don't want to run more projects and things, right? So, you know, but I give them credit because for them, it was an opportunity to be in a leadership role and learn some stuff. I just didn't need that. So yeah, so there's a new one. The King of the Wampas just spawned. What else do we have new? Why are you doing that? I think we have that one done. White Walk Race. Imperial Attack, Auric Base. Oh, we did need that one. We should have done that again. Oh well. A Bridge Too Close. That one I've done, but mine got bugged, so I didn't get to complete it. Over and Out. Wire Consequences, I think, is the second phase. So this one has like a three-step process to go through. All right, anything else new? So right now we're a little bit light. There's only 4 that are spawned right now. That one's actually just fight one guy, so we'll go do that one real quick.
You found me. You'll wish you hadn't.
And then we stood too close to the wolf and he respawned. All right, let's get out of here. I don't want to fight him again. Give up, wolf. You don't want any part of this. There we go. Let's fight the Tauntaun as well. Run away, run away, run away. There we go. Yeah, I think a lot of that comes with just life experience. Nothing in game's going to get me overly worked up, so. Oh, no worries. I appreciate the watch time. I completely understand multitasking, though. I do that every chance I get. Alright, unless something's changed, let's check. I'm just curious. I don't think you can get around the north side here. But it is worth testing out to see if I'm either remembering wrong or there is a way, because that'll make getting to this one a lot quicker. Otherwise, we're going to have to go down and around. Which is my hunch. I don't think you can get over the north side of the ship here. But maybe I'm wrong. Cross my fingers. I'm hoping I'm wrong. It'd be nice if we can, but yeah, it almost feels like a blocking volume. Like, notice, yeah, it's just stopping us. So what they have here, it's not even the steepness of the slope. Oh, we got up a little higher on that one. I think it's just a like right there. We should be able to drive up to there. I think they just have it blocked because they don't want you to go up and around the north side here. Yeah, because we should be able to get... Like you'll notice that the steepness of that isn't changing, right? So as we go up and just stop, there's essentially an invisible wall right there that's not allowing us to go up that way. All right. Well, we checked. We did our due diligence. Now we'll go the long way. We'll do it as designed. Oh, we can maybe cut through there, though. Or does that get us just into the ship? Yeah, I don't think there's a path through on that side. I don't think... You know, we're in an exploratory mood here. Yeah, I don't think we can get through here. Nope, that would have been nice, but not going to happen. Alright. Well, this isn't any longer. We still would have had to go down and around the ship, but... Alright, well, we were able to test 2 hypotheses. Both were wrong. Neither one gave us a shortcut, which was as expected, but you never know. Sometimes when they add new content, they'll make little changes, and if you don't go exploring, you never learn about them, and you are just less efficient. Especially when you're doing stuff like this, which is a little grindy daily style. Much like our hugging Wookiees. If you can save a minute here, a minute there, over time that adds up. Alright, so this one's just a Wampa, if I remember right. He stands right on top of that little mound. Again, if I remember. There he is. The king of the Wampas, as a matter of fact. If he's the king, I don't know why he's out here, but I think he's doing a decent amount of damage. Come on, Bessie. Why aren't you healing me? Maybe I was out of line of sight. I think I was. Don't think she could see me. There we go. We're rolling now. So sometimes with your companion, you have to move so that they do their job. They won't come and find you sometimes. Which is okay. Alright, while we're fighting this guy, let's kind of look around and see what anything else have popped. That one's about to end. It's a little lightweight right now as far as total missions. So. This one's definitely tougher than the wolf, though. I think wolf was only an elite. This one is a champion. Even the droid, though, that we did a little bit ago, wasn't as long as this one. So this one's definitely a fight. It's interesting, though, because from a difficulty standpoint, it's not hard. Like, we were never in any danger of dying. So then it just becomes long and grindy. Okay, now before we start looking at our map, we're going to move away. You don't want to stand right there because he will respawn and attack us. So. That one's only got 4 minutes left. So we got this one at 19 and that one at 4. We'll go do the 19 one. And then if nothing recycles here, they should pop a bunch of new ones here in a second. We can always go over to Tatooine. Hey, Hugo. Everything becomes slow. Are you not a fan of Hoth? Hoth is definitely a planet a lot of people are not a fan of. I can completely understand that. That's what I find interesting. Like, Tatooine and Hoth, a lot of people don't like either one of those planets. And that's where they put all the dynamic encounters. Maybe that's why they put them there. Maybe they put them there because these planets don't have a lot of people that hang out on them. So. Alright, repair damaged wires. Yeah, you get a little snow blindness. I can even see it, like, in my camera exposure, right? Like, you can just see the difference in the amount of light coming in. Shoo, shoo, kitten. Shoo away. Oh no, Mama attacked. Mama will leave. You don't have to necessarily kill her. Okay, on this one I have found, if you're looking for these little wires, this little section here seems to be a good spot because you have a wire here At least from memory. And I thought you could go up and over that. Maybe it's over here. Is it this one? Okay, well maybe I'm not remembering. I thought one of these had like 3 or 4 of them in it. But I might be misremembering. Ice kitten. Move, Bessie. Thank y'all. Run away, mama. There you go. I think for most people, it's just a general lack of other colors. It's just everything is... The thing I don't like about Hoth, honestly, I don't mind the color palette. It's not that. It is the fact that the selectable glowy color is very close to all these other colors. So, you know, like when we see if we can find a wire here. You know, so this highlight color that means this is an interactable object is so close to just the general background that they're sometimes hard to see. That's the thing I don't like about Hoth. Wow, we've gotten bad luck. We've gotten a mama on every one of these. Sometimes they just shoo away. You don't have to worry about it. Alright, yeah, this one. So this one had 3 of the little wires. I think there's a chance when you get this little kitten's reward pouch on one of these missions, doing the kitten ones anyway, I think there's a chance to get a Lothcat kitten. I don't remember if it's all of them or just the one, but alright, what do we got? Anything new spawned? 23 seconds and 21 seconds. This is actually a complaint when we were testing this on the test center. It is something that I mentioned and wrote up, is like, you should cycle these in such a way that we never get into this situation. Like we haven't run that many missions, I think 3 or 4. But we've got, okay, so there, you can see everything cycled now and new ones popped in, but that was just dead time, right? As we were waiting for some to end, so. Okay, let's see what we got. Ice fishing, I know we've done that. Pirate problem. Let's see, High Mount Ridge. Yeah, that one was bugged the last time we tried it. We'll go maybe try that one. Let's see, Furry Manifested. Glacial Fisher. We've got that one done. Valuable Data and Rodent Problem. We've got those done, so that's the only one we need. Pirate Problem. So let's go see if we can get that one done. One of the bosses wasn't spawning. And I think it was because we had a whole bunch of people doing it, but we all got to that last stage, but it got killed before we were ready for it. And the thing that would trigger the spawn, we couldn't do again. You had to like blow up one of the ships or something like that. Or one of the tanks. So if we get here early, hopefully. We'll be on the leading edge of getting this one done. And we can knock it out. Alright, so 50 enemies isn't necessarily all that hard. We do that on a regular basis. And there's somebody else here, so that's arguably a good thing. because we'll get credit for their kills. They'll get credit for our kills. And hopefully between the two of us, we'll be able to knock this out. Oh, there's one. There's two other people here, so we'll pay close attention. I know where both bosses spawn, so we'll keep an eye on them. One spawns right here, one spawns behind that tank over there. Equipment or whatever this is supposed to be. Like or there, that's one of the bosses. I think so. Maybe they just spawn. But don't kill them yet. Because they're the last stage of this. That was an error that was on test centers. Sometimes, at least on the invasions, the boss would spawn. And in spawning the boss would get killed, but it would break the later stage. Alright, so now this step is to grab these. Throw grenades at it. I don't know if we can do this all on one or if we have to go to the other one, but and then after this stage, then we have to fight the bosses. So hopefully that boss is still up. Yeah, that boss is still alive. Don't know if we're... See, this is the problem. I don't know if we're going to get credit for it. There's Trevor. Who's that one? Zaxxon. Okay. Let's go see if we can get credit for this guy. Alright, we got credit for that one. Alright, I think this is going to work. If we got credit for the one that was almost dead, we should get credit for this one. There we go. Nice. Knocked out another one. Alright, let's get to a relatively neutral location. We should loot the green loot. Alright, what else do we have? Furry manifested, rodent problem, valuable data. Ice fishing is a ways away, but easy. Let's go do ice fishing. Yeah, we can get up this way. Oh, no worries. No worries. Thanks. Completely understand using your Saturday to get stuff done. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11. Yeah, we have all but 12 done on Hoth. So, I mean, we still have the grind to get the 125, but those don't matter. You can do any of them for that. It's to do one of each that might take a little while. So, for instance, we're heading to this fishing one that we've already done. So we'll get credit on our account to 50, but we've already got the credit for doing it the first time. So all of these are just getting it done the first time. Alright, so we'll look for the spots with the little dots. Those are fish shadows. There's no guarantee you're going to get a fish in these, but normally you got a pretty decent chance if there's a little shadow. And we only need 5. I don't know if getting the shadow within your circle makes any difference at all. I don't have enough data to know. So like that one, it was in the circle. But again, it could have just been luck. We'll get that one in the circle. If it doesn't move. Sometimes they move. So we hit on that one. We've got 3 over here. Alright, we'll try to do this one with him just outside of the shadow, or the circle. So that should be the fish. See if this gives us a fail condition. So it did. So I got the shadow there, so let's just get it just inside. So we're not doing it on this little spot. Although I think these are the spots they tend to spawn around. You see that one just darted back to it, right? So yeah, it might be that if you get them in the shadows, it either gives you a higher chance. Also, I find it hilarious that they count as a kill. We got the defeated enemies conquest item on that fish catch, which is kind of funny. All right, furry manifested, valuable data, 19, 19, and 19. What is this one? It's a wreck and Ambrosia Fury, probably. Actually, I don't think that one's too hard. We'll go try to grab that one, and then we'll see if we can get both of these done. And then hope for a respawn.
Charge! Tear him to shreds!
That is I believe, a known issue. The audio sometimes play when the dynamic encounter is not active. The downtime of traveling. So here we'll talk a little bit about systems design. I'm torn on which way I would want this to happen. Like, one of the things I do like about running daily heroics is if you're running heroics on a planet, they give you the icon next to the heroic so you can just quick travel to it and do the heroic. they could have done something similar for this, right? Like make it so that this encounter has some kind of an icon. I can click on it and it will bring me to the area. That would save some time. But so this is where I'm torn, because I think it would take away in general from the system. Like the whole general concept of these is you stumble upon them. I mean, there's a big icon on the map, so it's not like you don't know it's there, but and they dynamically are content that just happens when you're in the area. Now, obviously, we're grindy right now. It'll be interesting to see. Like, I'm wondering what will happen when I create a new character. If I do the original stories again, and I'm playing through and I get to Hoth, and I'm doing my story missions, but these things pop up. Will I do them? Will I not do them? I mean, these guys are level 41, so it's not like I couldn't do that. And if they existed on all planets, would it just add to the overall experience or not? So these are currently unanswerable questions. Ones that we'll probably get to eventually. Right now, we're treating them as very much achievement and reward grindy experiences, right? You know, we're not just happening upon them and doing them every once in a while. Did we not? We got credit for ice fishing, right? Or did I not catch enough fish? I might have messed that one up. I thought we finished that one. Maybe I only caught 4. I don't remember.
Charge! Tear him to shreds!
Alright, what do we got here? Honest merchants can't scavenge much once the pirates move in. Unless we scavenge data from the scavengers. Okay, I think that's just combat. And that's the mouse droid one, which isn't too terribly hard. Traveling we shall go. Oh, that one just spawned. Old droids, new tricks. So it's got 29 minutes, so we're just going to leave that. But let's check our... What else did we get? We've already got rock there. I think we need that one, so we'll probably go do that one next. Oh, actually, we got something else here as well. Oh, no, yeah. Alright, I'm not sure we're going to go back and get that one because I've already got it. But I think we need that Auric base one. I think that's on our list. Yeah, Imperial Attack Auric base. We need that one, so. But it's got 29 minutes left, so we don't have to rush back for that one. We'll do these two and then jump over there, because that'll be right at the spawn point. So we should be able to do that one. That's the one we died on, because I was not smart enough to have a companion on. And when we revived, it saw us as coming in too late to the fight, and didn't give us the credit for it. So, all right, so we need 20 of whatever's we're scavenging. Data pads. We'll collect our bag of 20 data pads. See here, for immersion and believability, I might have changed it to, instead of data pads, change it to data sticks. So then it seems reasonable that you'd have 20 of them in your pocket. Although if you look at my inventory, I don't know where we're keeping all that stuff. This is where suspension of disbelief kicks in. As a player, you sometimes have to just say, you know what? The logic says that probably wouldn't happen, but I'm going to turn that part of my brain off. Suspend my disbelief and just go with it and enjoy it. I am very much a proponent of a healthy level of suspension of disbelief. It can make your gaming experience so much... Whoa, we went too far. Alright. If we do this right, we should be able to get ourselves back into the area. And now we fight these guys. Maybe. And then they drop a data pad. Now the question is, if I leak them out of the area, will we still get credit for it? Let's try that. Uh, 15. What did we have before? Did we only have 12? I probably should have paid attention to that if we're going to do a test. Welcome back. There's 19. Alright, another one down. Alright, let's go do the mouse droid one while we're out here. And then we'll go get Auric Base. And that'll be what, 3? 3 new ones that we've ticked off of our to-do list here. That's not too bad. Alright, we'll slide in kind of through here. Hopefully not pull aggro. And then up here is where you go and you get yourself turned into a mouse droid. And we're off. So mostly now we're just trying to avoid getting attacked. And we're looking for these little ports right here. We have a look innocuous and engage boosters ability. So boosters gives us some speed. And if we start to draw attention, we can use this one like, oh, you don't see me. I'm an innocent mouse droid. We weren't innocent enough, evidently. Hopefully we can get far enough away. Yep, we broke combat. We got away. I think the other two are down below. If I recall... Turbo boost. There we go. And then I think we just have to go turn ourselves back in. Alright, let's go stealthy. No one will see us. We are back. Another one down. Okay. So I think we need that one. I think that is Imperial Attack Auric Base. What else do we have spawn? Brother Rock. We need Goal. Goal. G-H-O-L. Goal.
Imps incoming!
We've done the other two. Alright, looks like we got here just late enough to... not be able to get credit for it. That's alright. Once we kill this, we can just start the mission over, I believe.
Appreciate the assist.
Alright, so now you can see that it's cycled back around. So we have to clear the area again. I think my Stream Deck software just crashed. Hold on. Might get a little bit of a weird glitch as the system loads back up here. Hopefully the video comes back. Alright, there we go. I think we're back. Still loading, still loading. Alright, well, it's not talking to OBS right now. We'll give it a second here. It's sucking up a ton of resources right now. There we go. Logo? Yep. Okay, cool. It's back and working. Not sure what happened there. The Stream Deck software normally pretty robust. I've never rarely have it crashed. Alright, what are we at? 73%. Deleting characters? Are you out of slots? I actually have a stupid number of slots. I think I have 100. Whatever the maximum is, I think I've unlocked. Alright, let's see if we can kill this walker again. This will be our third walker kill, and we haven't gotten credit yet. First one was my fault, second one was timing. This one we should be able to knock out. Again, we have aggro. But we have a healer this time, so we should be fine. Yeah, be careful if you're trying to protect your names. You don't want to be seen on stream. I completely understand that. So you can see this time, we've held aggro the whole time. But again, our health is barely budging because we have a healer now. As opposed to forgetting to have our companion available. So this is another one. Not hard. We could solo this guy. Just takes a long time because he's a champion, has a lot of health. I think we got 3 people fighting him right now, so it's not horrible. But
Appreciate the assist.
there we go. Knocked out another one. Oh, I think we got a piece of armor. Let's take a look. We did. We got the gloves. I don't remember which pieces we still need. Okay, why are we in combat? What has aggroed us? There we go. That cleared us out of combat. Alright. What do we got? Ice fishing. Brother Rock. Old droid's new tricks. I think we have all of those. That one's almost done. 52 seconds. 15 minutes. Alright, well that's probably... That's just a single fight, so we'll go do that one. Oh, I see your whisper. Never mind, I didn't see it before. It looks like, if you're looking... Are you trying to get this shroud revealed done? It looks like there's somebody looking for one more doing it if you want to get yourself into that group. If that's the one you still need. Volcanic rumblings. I don't know which stage you're on. We've done that one. White Fang Woes. Yeah, we've done... Yeah, we've done that one as well. Anything else new? Top Shelf Ice, we've done that one. Volcanic Rumblings. I think we've done that one as well. But yeah, if you're looking just to grind dynamics, you're welcome to join. But there is a person named Eddard. I don't know. Are you in the in-game channel? They're looking for one more for Heroic, the Shroud Revealed. So if that is the Seeker Droid macro binocular mission you're on, you might want to join up with them, get that one done. If it's not the mission you're on, then that's fine. I don't know how far you are, but that's the final mission in the... I can't remember if it's the macro binoculars or the seeker droid, but I think that's the final mission, that heroic 4. I'm almost at rock if you want me to just summon you, if that would be quicker, if you're going to do this one. Let's see, where are you at on the map? Oh, you're at the outpost. Where's it at? Group. Hopefully you get credit for it. Get here quick enough. Yeah, I just need the brother goal. That's the I've done the other two, Tuck and Rock. If there's anyone in particular you need, let me know. I'll go do any of them. I still need to grind out the 50, but I try to prioritize the ones I haven't done before for the achievement. I think I did most of them on Test Center, so I think I've seen them all. Yeah, it does appear to be a sister, not a brother. I think brother is a title for... Oh, what are these guys? There's a mission inside this. I can't remember what they are. What faction they are. The Brotherhood of something, I think, if I remember right.
Your strength prevails.
You know it. Alright. Anything new spawn? Well, we're close. Might as well go and do the... What's it called? The volcanic ones. I think that's just clicking on some things. I think the nearest entrance is just down there, if I remember right. Like I said, if there's one that you need, that you want to go do, let me know. Happy to... Happy to go do whichever ones. Doesn't matter to me. Man, my jumping is off today. I haven't made one of those. You probably took a better route than me. I kept running into things. Alright, let's see. This one I think is just clicking on stuff on the little mountains. Little volcanoes. I can't remember. Actually, I don't know if I've ever run this one as a group, so... I'll wait for you to get here and we'll see if we both get credit for it or not. Did you get credit for this? Yeah, I think I got credit for yours, so. Alright, I'm at 7. I don't know how many you're at. If you got credit for my early ones. Or not. That's too far. To go back the other way. They respawn pretty quick, though. So I'm not too worried. Not yet on that one. Alright, that's the first volcano we came into, so hopefully. There we go. Yeah, these have respawned. Alright, yep, I'm done, so you're gonna have to find the last. If you're too short, you're gonna have to find the last 2. Because I can't click on them anymore. Those 2 are both a little travel-y. That one's easy. None of these are hard. No worries. Oh, excuse me. Where are you? I could come and help. Alright, let's see. Snowgrift is easy, that's just clicking stuff. White Fang Woes. Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. I've done all these at one point or another. Oh, which ones are 19 minutes? 19 minutes. That's only 3 minutes. I guess Snowgrift. We'll do Snowgrift and then the White Fang one. I think we can get both of those done in 19 minutes. Across the white tundra we go. This one I haven't figured out all the details on yet. I can't tell if it is a just random or you can buy 5 different tools, I think. And is it random to which one, or I don't know 100% yet. So what we're gonna do, we're just gonna buy one of each. They're only 300 credits. Oh, we got ours on the first one. Can I sell these tools back? You take your tools back? I can for 0 credits. Oh well. Yep, they won't even take them back. And they're bound, otherwise I'd just give them to you, but I got mine on the first one, so I'll wait for you to get done. Actually, let's see what my timers... I might be able to just summon you. I'll try to get to the next one. If I can, I'll summon you out there. Then you don't have to travel. There's a timer on it, though, so I'm not sure how long it will take for that to reset. We're about to find out. More traveling across the snow. Oh, you must have got yours done quick. I see you already spawned in. Yeah, I got lucky on the first shot. I think this is the one where they attack the little radio antennas or something like that. Or not. Nope, I still have to wait 17 minutes. You're gonna have to drive out here by yourself. I can't summon you. I'll wait though. I knew there was a cooldown on it, I just couldn't remember what it was. Oh, we're up to 63. So we're halfway. Halfway through Hoth. Since this is really... What have we done this? I think this is our 3rd run on Hoth. We haven't done it a ton. Oh, no worries. I'm happy to wait. Sensing trouble. Do I have that one? Is it in White Rock? High Mount? No, I've already done that one. Yeah, still nothing new. Yeah, that digging one's crazy because it's just RNG. I've gone through like 5 or 6 versions. What I've been doing is buying one of each tool. So if I strike out on one tool, I just go to the next. But I don't know if that really makes any difference or not. Not sure. No worries. Don't worry about it. Yeah, if you've only got 1 or 2 left in you, I'm kind of about the same. I usually stream till about 2. So that's another 10, 15 minutes. So I'm right in that pocket. Cool. No worries. We can probably get this one done. I don't remember that one. We'll probably go, let's see, we're at 63. Yeah, 65 wouldn't be a bad spot to stop. That would just leave us 60 left. Depends. If we also get one that spawns that we need it, we could go do that. Let's see if we've got no hidden chain invasions. Making the long drive across the snow. You should see a roll over that hill. We'll see how good the draw distance is on the game. Oh, there you are. You popped in. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, I need 4 more. Hey, we made conquest. Alright, how many are you at? Do you need more or are you done? Yeah, it happens. Done? Cool. Sensing trouble. Honestly, not all that excited about any of these. Well, thanks for joining, man. It's always fun to adventure with somebody as opposed to always by myself. We go that way. There we go. That's our path through. Yeah, outside of the achievement and the fact that I think you get a speeder for one of the achievements, I don't know that I'm going to run these a ton.
Sensor towers just desynced. Might be nothing, but a quick scan would be appreciated.
Once I'm through with them and get all those achievements, I don't know that this would be something that will replace my dailies or not. Although we did make conquest relatively efficiently with them. Absolutely. Always glad to have you join. Alright, well that one didn't give us anything. Is there more than one scan here? It's been a while since I've done this one. Here we go. Can we repair any sensor tower, or does it have to be that one we scanned? I think it has to be that one we scanned. Hello, my friends. Leave my sensor tower alone. Uh-oh, I let aggro get away from me. See if I can pull it back off here or not. I don't know. I think you got him.
A long-range sensor tower's just desynced. Might be nothing, but a quick scan would be appreciated.
Alright, did you get credit for that one? Mining accident and top shelf ice. Alright, what do you still need? You just need to repair, or do you need to just scan still? Yeah, I don't know if it's always the same tower or different towers if you're still in the scanning phase. I honestly don't remember. No worries. We'll even tinsel bomb him. There you go. Alright, cool. Yeah, the repair will spawn the attack. Oh, did I get armor for that? Nope. Alright, let's see. There's not a lot left on the map. Go back to the starship graveyard. Hold on. This person is wanting to test something. I'm always up to test something. Health and damage, scaling with numbers of players attacking is just limited to dynamic bosses. Alright, I'm gonna follow this guy and go fight some champion he wants to do a test on. I don't think anything's going to change, but... Yeah, I don't think their health will change just because more than one person's attacking it, but... It's a good theory, I suppose. Happy to always help somebody test a mechanic. Alright, he just wanted to fight that guy with more than one person attacking him and just see if their health changed, but... Alright, Fur away and the wolf. Oh, let's go do Fur away. That one's just silly. Oh, no, he just wanted us both to attack it, so... We're good. Alright, I'm going to jump over to Fur away. Blizzard Beacons? Make sure I don't need that one. Where are we at? Clambora or White Walk Race? White Walk, High Mount. Ice Shelf. Over and out and wire. Yeah, we don't need that one. Alright, Fur away it is. This one's easy. I don't know if you've done this one before. You literally just pluck fur out of the banthas and hope they don't kick you across the map. There we go. Poof. Which I completely don't blame them for kicking you across the map if you're just yanking fur out of their hide. Which one do we need? The mammoth? I think it's that one. Doesn't even do damage. Come on, tough guy. What do you got? Boom. Done. Guess we could go kill the wolf again. It is pretty funny to watch, though. As everybody gets flung across the map. Pluck fur, get thrown across the map. Cool. Alright, let's go kill the wolf again. We've already gotten him once on stream today. Defeat the wolf. Somebody's already defeated the wolf. Have to wait for the wolf version 50 to spawn. The wolf, so you found me. You'll wish you hadn't. It's nice when there's multiple people. Makes the combat go a little faster. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, wrong species, right? There we go. The wolf down again. All right, let's check. If there's nothing new, that might be about it for me. 6 minutes, 21 minutes. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it. This is kind of the ending time that we shoot for, right around 2 o'clock. So, thanks for joining, man. It was fun to run with a group again. It's been a while. My kids sometimes join me. Do you still have one that you need? If you still have one you need or want, we'll go do it. Yeah, if you want to go do mining, it's 5 minutes. It'll be quick if you want to try it. See if we can knock this one out.
Charge! Tear him to shreds!
Ooh, it's going to be tight. 4 minutes. It's pretty quick. You can just grab a droid and start fighting things. With both of us fighting, we might be able to get it. I like the challenge. Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun to, like I said, just fun to run in a group. Just makes things go just a little bit quicker. Especially the combat stuff. Oh, this is the road one. Okay, yeah, actually this one should go relatively quick here. I'll get myself blown up. I'll wait till you get here. I think there's a sapper right here next to us. Ugh. Are you getting credit for those mines or no? Oh, did it kill you? Yeah, I'm not sure you're gonna make it back in time now. 2.5 minutes. Let's see if this is off of... Here we go. See if I can get you here quicker. So you're going to have to find the mines, and then we'll have to see if we can find the 3 sappers. So if you want to take care of mines, I've already got all the mines. I'll try to get the... Hopefully you'll get credit for the sappers if I kill them, and we might be able to get you through it. Alright, this will end it for me, so I'm just going to follow you. Whatever you need. Do you need another sapper, or is it just mines now? Did you get it? One more mine. Cool. I'll kill the sapper. You go look for the mine. Did you get it? Did you get it? Or did you run out of time? It may have ended. I can't tell because it's complete on my screen. Wire consequences, White Fang woes, blizzard beacons. Bridge to close, over and out. Wire consequences is the one we need, not that one. Awesome. Glad you got done. All right. I think we're going to go ahead and call it. Thank you for joining us, or joining me. That was fun. Yeah, it's always fun to help each other out. What did we end up with? 68. So we got 18 done today. We started at 50. We also hugged 288 Wookiees, so... Absolutely, man. I'm always glad to help out. Anybody else, if you are, watching the channel and you're playing the game and need some help, I'm happy to, if you're on my server, obviously, happy to join up and help you on things. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and jump back to the stronghold, and we will say thank you for everything. We do stream every Saturday for Extra Life. Extra Life is a charitable organization raising money for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. We have raised over $6,500 this year. We're at 6,504, I believe. Let's check here. Where are we at? Progress. Yep, 6,504 for the year. Over 14,000 for our lifetime. So thank you to all of our donors. Josh for the latest donation. and Fabcom for the biggest donation. We do appreciate that. We got one more Extra Life stream we'll do next Saturday, and then we'll probably do a thank you stream in that one, thanking all the people who both participated on our streaming team as well as those who have donated. So we'll do that in SWTOR next week. Also next week, I think we're going to do Stardew Valley and The Last Starship. That is our... Holy cow, it's been so long. I couldn't remember the / command for group. We're going to do, The Last Starship Alpha 13 drop, so we're going to play around with that. They've added a whole new section to the science, which is definitely new. So I'm still deciding if we're just going to pick up where we left off on Alpha 12. But I think we might just start a new one. Every Alpha, we might just start a new playthrough. So probably 3 days of that, and then 4 days of Stardew Valley. I think we'll see where things take us over the holiday break. So we will start year 3 of Stardew Valley probably tomorrow. I think we're going to jump right back into Stardew, and then we'll see where the rest of the week takes us. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye for now. Hopefully we see you guys tomorrow. We'll leave you as we always leave you. Go watch, play, or create something great. Gaming is an amazing thing, and we're all part of the experience. So we do appreciate all the support. Thank you. If you want to see anything or you need help on anything, let me know. Drop a comment down below. Other than that, have a great, wonderful rest of your day, week, weekend, or whatever, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy. Bye.